The Bills returned to practice yesterday. They held a walkthrough practice, gearing up for their divisional matchup with the Broncos coming up Saturday with kickoff set for 4:30. We got an injury update and an updated injury report yesterday from Sean McDermott. Tyrell Shavers was confirmed to have a torn ACL after further testing, so both he and Gabe Davis are dealing with ACL tears now. Josh Allen, dealing with a right foot, right finger, and knee injury, was a limited participant. Allen says,
I feel good. Honestly, I feel better than I have the last few weeks.
Along with Allen, Terrell Bernard, A.J. Epinesa, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, and Greg Russo were limited participants. And Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Matt Prater, and Jordan Poyer did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres, a big game tonight as Philadelphia is knocking on the door and will jump them in the standings with a win tonight. Boston and Toronto jumped the Sabres last night, but with a win tonight, the Sabres would be able to overtake Boston by points percentage, Toronto by points, and keep Philadelphia down. Puck drop is set for 7:30 at KeyBank Center, and all the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the big news of the week, Mike Tomlin has stepped down as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and this young fan got his wish.
And I also want Kevin Patullo flipping burgers at, like, the local McDonald's or something. I don't care.
As the Eagles fired offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo yesterday as well. The Falcons completed an interview with former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their head coaching vacancy. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the Giants, Titans, and Falcons appear to have the inside track on hiring John Harbaugh for head coach, and Greg Roman was let go from the Chargers as well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Six a.m. comes at the same time every day, right? Early. Sometimes, we're punchy in the morning. I don't know if you said the idiot in the early.
I don't remember.
I don't know if it was the first hour. If it's the first hour, it does not count.
That might be bad enough where it counts even in the 6 o'clock hour. That was tough.
First hour doesn't count. Hey, everybody, Jeremy and Joe, Owen the Parlay Killer, and Alt Joe, the last man alive to bet on the Steelers on the money line.
The last person that ever bet on Mike Tomlin to win a playoff game in the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That was us.
Yeah.
We need shirts for that. We need shirts.
Yeah.
You need a shirt. When's your birthday?
July 1st, free agency day.
All right, fine. It's a long way away, but there might be a shirt with Mike Tomlin's face on it coming your way.
Did we have something to do with him stepping down, though? Like, indirectly, could we have done it?
We set expectations too high, apparently.
Yeah.
Too many people. Steelers were expected to win that game by many, including us. That got him fired.
Speak for yourself, but
no, I'm just kidding.
I know, right? We thanks for that, Joe. Alt Joe. Anyway, good morning. I asked Joe during the update here, Joe DiBiase. I'm like, how do you do strike through text on Twitter? Yeah. Because I got a real clever post, everybody. I'm just waiting to fire it out, but I can't strike through on Twitter. I can in my other applications and text boxes.
Yeah, I only see bold and italic.
But I can't do strike through. So I'll just have to say it, and this will be me saying a tweet. So it's strike through, everybody eats, and then in bold, everybody's out. How do you like it? Like, no more everybody's eats. Now it's everybody's out.
Yeah.
Tyrell Shavers and Gabriel Davis both with torn ACLs. And the Bills' injury report is getting lots of people to get a little bit nervous about this game now. Like, I was confident, and then the injury report came out, and now I'm less confident. And I get that. It can feel overwhelming when there's that many injuries.
Did you see the Broncos injury report yesterday, by the way?
No, let me guess. They're all super healthy.
There's 4 guys listed. 3 were limited. 1 on the report was a full participant, and that's it.
Hey,
they have a single guy, at least it's on the roster, like Dobbins isn't there, but they don't have a single guy on the active roster that missed practice yesterday.
Nice. Hey, bye weeks help, you know?
Yep.
Get healthy. They didn't have to play all the way to the bye week, but bye weeks help because you play one less game, and Denver got to play one less game. So it's back-to-back seasons where Gabe Davis goes down, or 2 out of 3 because he was with Jacksonville, right?
Yeah, right.
2 out of 3 where he gets hurt in the playoffs in this game, or did he get hurt in Miami he got that year?
I mean, really, if you want it, he got hurt in Jacksonville last year, and didn't he miss the final couple games? So isn't it 3 years in a row that his team's season has ended with him on the injury shelf?
Yeah, it's tough. You feel for him, especially because he's in a contract year kind of situation.
Yeah.
You know, when he got released by Jacksonville, he was still pretty good to go, but now, you know,
it's just not.
It's tough.
Yeah. And Shavers, what can you say? He played through it for the second half, and I'm seeing clips around of like him blocking on screens and taking guys out, and on the tush push that Allen gets down to the 1, he's destroying a guy like with a torn ACL. He was able to do that. I thought you weren't able to walk, or not able to run, at least, when you had a torn ACL.
Well, you're usually not able to move laterally. Right? Isn't that the deal? Like, it removes your ability to cut.
So he was just moving downhill, and now he's blocking people.
Yeah,
so.
I don't know. I don't know the medical.
Crazy, though, that he was able to do that.
It's tough.
And you feel for him, too, because he's not young. Remember, like, he's 26. And
this is his first NFL active roster year.
Right, and he did the job, I think, to show this year, like, okay, he's not, a receiver that's going to scare anybody on defense, but he proved, I think, he's an NFL player.
Yeah, it could be your last receiver / special teams receiver for 5 years.
Like,
you would have been good with that.
He could be Mac Hollins. Mac Hollins was this, and he carved out like a nice 6-7 year career in the league. As usually, the last 2 years actually, interestingly, have been different, but as like the 4th or 5th receiver on a roster, and now you're just out till next year, I think.
Yeah.
Well, then not even just till next year. Like, you might be out all of next year. You get hurt in January with that injury. What's your best case scenario? You're back by November? That's a tough one. And now it leaves them with 3 active receivers that are healthy.
Which is
really,
tough.
really 4 though, right? Samuel's full yesterday. Like, we should be counting him already.
Called it, right?
Yeah.
The moment they needed him, he turns out he's ready.
Yep.
All right, so that's better news that Curtis Samuel looks like he'll be ready to go. I guess I would ask it kind of this way. The Bills this season, of course, have not had a lot of production from receivers. Khalil Shakir gets production. And after that, it's Kincaid, Knox. Coleman is still 4th on the team in receiving.
Yeah.
And he has sat and been completely, cratered on the depth chart.
Yeah.
Then it's Josh Palmer at 303 yards.
Okay.
Cook, Ty Johnson. Shavers is 8th. Jackson Hawes is 9th. Gabe Davis is 10th in receiving yards. Although I guess this is regular season, right? Okay, because Brandon Cooks, if we're including the playoffs, he had more. But should we really be panicking? I'm not trying to downplay the importance. Like, they have roles. I know that. And dressing guys is important. But the guys they are now missing, it's number 5, number 8, and number 10 in receiving yards. Like, these were not massive producers. They did play a lot. Shavers played a lot. Davis played a lot. I guess I'm trying to talk myself into, I know these players have roles, but they are not exactly, for me, now you can't win. Yeah. Now you're in so much trouble you can't win. You will likely have to trust Keon Coleman quite a bit.
Yeah.
And that could scare a lot of people. It could scare Joe Brady, could scare the Bills, could scare Josh Allen, or it could work.
Right, because you got to trust him not really even just to make plays, because as you mentioned, like, the guys that have been making plays are still there. You got to trust him to do the dirty work. You got to trust him to be the guy that when I throw that screen out to Shakir, which we know they'll do at least a couple of times, you're his lead blocker in the way that Shavers would be out there. And are you up to that? He's got the size for it, but do they trust him in that department right now? I saw a couple of clips of him really jogging on Sunday. And maybe that was out there in the regular season, wasn't it? That like maybe there's some plays here where he's not going 1,000% the way that some like Davis and Shavers do, especially.
Right, they lost they lost a couple players that run the Joe Brady routes, right? Which are just like clear outs, and you will work hard. Shavers and Davis work hard,
right? And selling that is a role on this offense, and the blocking element when they are built a lot on short passing, I think. It gives you, it creates more of a value maybe on that type of receiver. And if those two are the two that are out, I mean, Coleman's my other guy, unless, I would be stunned if Christian Wilkerson wasn't the other guy that they made active to play special teams and then maybe also do that.
I liked him in camp, put it on the record.
You did.
I did like him.
He was your second Shavers.
That's
really.
right. He was my new Shavers.
Yeah,
it was like,
new Shavers.
Wilkerson, it was wearing 32, I think.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm
weird
like,
number.
I'm like, 32, this guy can play.
Even though he's like 3 years older than Shavers, I think. He's like 30 years old.
And he's been in the league. Actually, in fact, now I remember, I told you, I made a case that Christian Wilkerson might be a gamer because he might have played 3 career games and has 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. He has played, he started 2 games in his NFL career.
And?
He has 6 catches, 60 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
3 touchdowns in 2 games?
Yeah, 2 starts at least.
We got a gamer. See? I made the case for Wilkerson in training camp. They're like, there might be something there. Anyway, there's probably a lot to get to, and we'll ask Sal about this coming up at 7. We'll talk about it with Joe Marino at 8. It's more than just like, does this guy get open? Does this guy block? It's does he know the offense? Is he going to run the right route? Because you could have a spot where you're running some concept, and if you are a receiver like, I don't know, Gabe Davis or Curtis Samuel, who's rusty, who's not getting these reps. Like, think back to 2-3 weeks ago, McDermott said continuity in that room is something we just don't have, and we're trying to get there. And the developments of this past weekend are not going to help that because Shavers and Davis are guys that the Bills would trust on the highest level, and they're out. So it's a tough blow. I don't know that it's the toughest of blows, but it's a tough blow. I wouldn't dispute that.
They're just so thin, too. Like, the other part of it is, like, now if you pick up injuries in a game, then where are you at? Like, you are really, Allen is throwing to guys that...
Tight ends. And
tight ends, right? Like suddenly Cooks goes from, all right, he's starting to give you something and you're getting some big plays. He's important to, he's absolutely critical and you absolutely cannot lose him.
For sure.
And same goes definitely with Shakir. Although even him, he's got Samuel now behind him, so maybe that helps a little bit in their faith if something happened there. And then Coleman, right? Like if something happened to Coleman, then Wilkerson is playing every snap.
Yeah.
On defense, like you're really close to guy that wasn't on the team a week ago is playing like all of them. Like I tweeted call Amari Cooper yesterday, not just for him to play on Sunday, but in case something else happens at the receiver position and I need a guy to play in an AFC championship. I mean, it's getting so thin. So any more injuries would be like almost devastating, I think.
Yeah, the combination of Palmer, Davis, and Shavers. They've combined for
all in 3 weeks, by the way, that they've been ruled out. Or they've done.
They've combined
2 weeks.
Palmer had Palmer 22, Shavers 15, and Davis 12. It's 49 catches on the year between the 3 of them. So they're not exactly big producers, but they're role players. So are you feeling down about it, or should you kind of feel the same?
I kind of feel about the game overall.
Here's the thing. It's not just the game. And as you say that they're thin, right? You got to win 3 more games.
Yeah.
And that means nobody's coming back to save this anymore. Like Samuel was maybe Samuel gets healthy. Okay, now he is one of the 4.
Right.
And I believe he is fully healthy, but he's had trouble staying healthy, of course. If he's down, I've got Christian Wilkerson or Mecole Hardman or whoever. It's not a team that has relied heavily on their receivers, of course. Like the receivers have been a massive talking point for like 9 months, right? We know that, but I can't even really get to how they can we be mad about who the receivers are if most of them are hurt, right? Like,
well, I mean,
you could be mad about Coleman as a bad pick, but Coleman has a redemption story here that's possible. I was thinking yesterday that like Diggs' career arc, which was be amazing and then falter at the end, and you are remembered as get him out of here, he's a bum.
Right.
You could have 2 years of being bleh, score 3 touchdowns in 2 games, and that guy can be the mayor as far as I'm concerned. Like, you know?
I think you can be, I mean, if they don't produce on Sunday and they're all, the 4 guys that are going to be available to you are all healthy. Like, I'll still think there is room to say, all right, like the guys you invested in let you down. Because there is a level of investment in
Shakir,
3 of the 4
and,
at least.
And Coleman.
You've got you've got your biggest free agent ad at the position from last year in Curtis Samuel that will be on the field for you.
Mm-hmm.
You have Shakir, who you threw a $15 million contract at, and you have your highest draft pick that you spent on it in Keon Coleman. Cooks, you can throw him away if you want because he showed up in November. But we know how necessary he's been and how he's given them something that they didn't have before. But I really would only want to make it about the other 3. And if they're all healthy for the next game and maybe they make it past that and that's the thing that lets them down, I'll still want to say, no, like you had the guys that you invested in other than Palmer.
Yeah.
Like the guys that were a part of your plan to be good at the position were all there except for Josh Palmer. And like, to me, right, if you want to catch the ball and guys get open, then this is what you were relatively going to have anyway. It's more about Shaver showed up and was able to be an NFL player for them at the bottom of the roster, and Gabe Davis showed up in the middle of the season. Like, you know, nothing against those guys, but they are not big investments by this team.
Right. If it's wide receiver 3, 4, 5 for Denver that's out, like let's just, because that's kind of the Bills.
Yeah.
In terms of production, it's wide receivers 3, 4, 5 that are out, even though Coleman is wide receiver 2 in production and isn't really wide receiver 2.
But late in the season, he hasn't been their wide receiver.
Wide receivers 3, 4, 5 for Denver would mean that Mims, Pat Bryant, and Lil Jordan Humphrey are out.
Okay.
And would you think much of that?
If you told me that those were 3 injuries Denver had this week, it wouldn't change my opinion a lot on their chances for the game.
Me either. They still have Cortland Sutton and Troy Franklin
and their tight ends,
and the Bills have Cooks and Shakir. Like those are their top 2 guys. So I'm still okay, and okay is a reasonable term here. We all know. I had somebody yesterday, like, you know, the wide receiver conversation is sometimes fresh meat, and it was, wow, look at what Bean has done. And I thought, like, listen, I'm the number one guy to tell you I wish there was more at the position that was invested in. But the injuries and torn ACLs, like torn ACL is tough. You want to tell me that Curtis Samuel, you should have seen this coming because he's had injuries? Like, that's a different conversation. But still, like they can't stay healthy at the position, and they're so thin. I still don't think it has to matter.
I think my biggest concern would be their reliance on short passing, screens, whether that's to Shakir, whether that's to Ty Johnson, and the impact that Shavers and Davis also make in terms of blocking for that. And do they still feel as confident that they can execute those plays if instead of Shavers and Davis are 2 guys you're rotating to block, that it is, now it's Curtis Samuel that's doing it, or now it's Christian Wilkerson, or now it's Coleman. Like, how are they as confident? You might say that they don't run as many screens, and maybe some people would be ready to sign up for that right now. So I don't know. Like that's my question more so in the value of it is, do they still feel like they can run their offense the same way with those guys out? Or do they think something's got to change? They've got to do something different schematically, or certain plays need to be crossed off because the Shavers on them are important. That's what I wonder. And that comes down to Coleman, I think.
Yeah.
I think Wilkerson and all of them, like, I think most of that comes down to, do they believe Coleman can do all the dirty work the way that Shavers did?
And that's just the dirty work. If Coleman were just a player and could produce in the receiving game, we probably wouldn't worry about this much at all. He should be ahead of
probably the
3 guys that are hurt. You'd like him to be ahead of the 3 guys that are hurt. In fact,
right, it's disappointing that he was below them.
Right.
Yeah.
The fact that he is not is a development. At the start of the season, he was playing more snaps, getting more targets than anybody. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, like he didn't continue to earn those. So he should, of course, be ahead of Shavers and Davis, but he found his way behind them. 803-0550 is our phone number if you want to give us a call on this, in 1-888-550-2550. The injury report. Josh Allen says he is feeling better than he has in weeks. I don't believe him. I'm not here to call Josh Allen a liar, But I'm here to say I don't trust a word he says when he's talking about his injuries because he says, "Oh, I'm good," and then like the day after the game, someone reports his hand's broken.
Yeah.
He would be wearing a cast, and he'd say, "How's the leg?" He's like, "What leg? The one with the cast on it." That's not a cast. I'm not wearing a cast. That's it's a new fashionable sock.
It's a designer wrap.
Yes,
what
that's
that
right.
is.
Right.
Yeah.
He would not admit to feeling bad ever. So anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number. You can give us a ring. We've got lots to get to today. Sabres game tonight against Philadelphia. Some good hockey rumors about like guys that could be moved we'll get into. And the Mike Tomlin story is fascinating in terms of like what Pittsburgh might do in a coaching search. The Ravens owner had some super candid comments about both Tomlin and John Harbaugh and gave an answer to a question. I'll just tell you right here because it's as honest an answer you'll get. What happens if Tyler Loop hits that kick? How long is John Harbaugh still coaching the team? He said 1 week.
Right.
Like they were going to fire Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Pretty much no matter what, unless they go really far.
I would have loved for a reporter to follow up. Well, what about 2 weeks?
Right. What if he wins?
What if you had won?
What if you
like,
win?
Is he gone no matter what?
And then I listened to Pittsburgh radio yesterday, and Andrew Filipponi, our buddy, he made a great point about Tomlin, which is this is not a guy that makes quick decisions. He usually takes time to sleep on it, and he's very, procedural.
Right.
And less than 12 hours after that game basically ends, he has decided he's stepping away. Or whoever has decided, you're stepping away. Very quick decision. His implication there was, like, he knew he was going to go. Like, he's going to coach his team, and as soon as it's done, he's out.
Yeah.
And where he goes next is something to watch. So we've got a juicy show on that. And then receiver. Like, what? No bad ideas, guys. No bad ideas.
No bad ideas?
I have a tweet.
There's some Odell Beckham tweets out there.
I've got a tweet. Where's Reggie Germany these days?
There we go.
Let's get an old Bills receiver. Let's bring him back. Lamar on a cell phone is up first. Lamar, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Trust me, I do not want to be one of those guys that says, put Keon Coleman at safety. I don't want to do that. However, what do you guys think about putting our fourth-string tight end, Kaliki Lotu, I believe his name is, putting him at wide receiver because you have to hope that he can block as well, if not better, as Shavers, who was our primarily, blocker at wide receiver. Just an idea. What do you think?
Yeah.
Listen, interesting.
This is a team.
I'm not would they throw him out there at 6'7", 244 to be Shavers on screens? I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
would they try it at practice this week with him? Like, I would actually.
We'll see how
could.
exotic they get. I tweeted out a clip. There is a highlight. The Bears, in their game against the Packers, had an offensive lineman run a route. And
Saw that. 79.
I mean a route.
Yeah, it was like a vertical.
This was 17 yards down the field. And this guy was open.
He looked good doing it. He could run.
The thing you worry about, I think, if you do that, obviously, is that you are just telegraphing what you're doing, which is running. Which the Bills might, you might have to kind of live there, that you're just going to telegraph what you're doing an awful lot. Dress 4 tight ends, putting Dawson Knox out at wide receiver and Dalton Kincaid out at wide receiver, like, that's not something this team is shy to do. I know. Yeah. I've been in the stands yelling, why are Dawson Knox and Latavius Murray the receivers in this formation?
Yeah.
So they're not afraid of that.
Yeah. Right, like you put Reggie Gilliam out there at receiver because we're going to run a screen. What is Denver thinking? Like, this is a screen.
Probably.
Or at least we don't have to worry about covering him. Not in the same way that you would
and that's when
if it was Shavers.
And that's when you strike. That's when you get him.
The fake fake screen to Shakir and a pop pass down the field to Gilliam.
The broken clock. We're calling that play the broken clock.
Yeah.
You fake the screen to Shakir. Here's Gilliam over the top.
I mean, if Kincaid were healthy, or how about a player that generally was healthy? You could think, well, he could just do all this. He could just play exclusively at wide receiver because they need him to. But, like, he is in no position for me to think, like, oh, he's the guy you're going to throw out there to block for people.
And he's healthy-ish. He's
playing.
He's available. Playing. He's healthy-ish like he's always healthy-ish, which is like battling something. Kincaid's always kind of battling something. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Zach in West Seneca is up next. Hey, Zach, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Hey, after you laid it out, Jared, with the production, I was looking at that late last night. I mean, they just get these – they got a couple hundred yards out of all these guys. I mean, really what we're losing is the grit and the blocking and I know it's hard to quantify that, but and it's a big deal. But we're trying to get through 8 quarters to get through a Super Bowl. I mean, this team wants to run the ball anyways. Come out with some 12 personnel anyways. And if you look at some of the film guys, they all think running the ball with with multiple tight ends on the field is probably the way to go anyways. As far as like putting guys out there, tight ends out at wide out, I mean, they telegraph what they're doing anyways. I mean, does anybody not watch the game and sit there and think, all right, this is either a James Cook run or a screen to Shakir? I mean, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like they're basically telling people what they're doing anyways. And then with Keon Coleman, I've been pretty down on him and was like cool with them, keeping him inactive towards the end of the season. But I mean, that catch was pretty good. Part of me wonders like, hey, could there be something in there? We're not talking forever. I'm not talking down the road, but is there something in there? Can he block?
Yeah.
Can he make a couple 3 plays? Like literally, I mean, it helps that last week that one for 36. It was probably the nicest catch out of Cook's bomb at the end there. So
yeah,
we'll see if we get something out of him.
I think Zach Coleman has made a nice play a game for the last month. That's how low the bar has been. Like, we got somebody calling and pointing out like, oh, look at this block. He puts this guy on skates all the way into the sideline. He's committed to the block here. And you're like, yeah, that's great. That's a nice play. If he's the undrafted free agent, if he's Shavers, we're saying like, oh, nice role player. But the fact that he's the second-round pick and he's supposed to have been the guy that kind of turned over your receiving core and helped you have stability and be explosive, like he's been a major disappointment. So throughout this process with Coleman, I mean, I had said multiple times, like, they might need him again. If there are injuries, they're going to need him. And lo and behold, like, here are the injuries.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to need him.
At this point, he's going to play.
He's going to play.
Like, he's going to play, and he's probably going to play a lot. I mean, I don't know how trustworthy it is. Like, sure, he's made a player here and there, like, in these games he's played. He's also made mistakes. There have been drops in these games, too. There was one even against the Jets that almost fell right into their hands as the only interception they had on the season.
Yeah.
And there have been others. So I don't know, like, how reliable they think he is. They might not have a choice, though, right? Like, at this point, I think it's actually pretty clear that you have not felt that he's very reliable in the last month or two.
Even to make meetings, never mind, like, on the field.
Right, but at this point, like, what are you supposed to do? Like, you kind of have to play him.
Well, that one catch that he made against the Jags, and we'll get to a break here and back to your phone calls. Joe Marino made a point about this play to Coleman, which is a 36-yard gain. And he said, like, Coleman catches it, and then he gets by, and he kind of he gets pushed out of bounds by a linebacker. Like caught from behind by a linebacker. We know he's not that fast, but like what you're going to need from Coleman is, do you remember him last year? Last year, he played like a bully, right? He catches this ball and then puts a move on the safety and gets by him. He's in the open field and unable to pull away from this linebacker. You'd want him here going forward to stop, try and throw that guy down. Like, I need my number 1 yards over expected receiver that he was last year. He was very good after the catch. And this year we really haven't seen that. So, like, that's, to me, that's one glimmer of what can we get out of Coleman. Like, let's get him the ball and let him use his yards after the catch. He's big. He's strong. He throws guys off. He's got to find that dog in him, as they say, again. But it's do or die time, 803-0550. All right. Good calls to open up. Everybody's out. Yep, these Bills. Bills and Broncos coming your way Saturday at 4:30, and we'll talk about it. Meanwhile, the NFL coaching cycle is as fascinating as ever. 9 available jobs. 9.
Third of the league, almost. Yeah.
Nuts.
Including the Pittsburgh job for the only second time that I can ever remember.
That's a fun one to guess who's going to get it.
Yeah.
And Pittsburgh there's just no overstating how much it's a different life now.
Yeah.
They have a different life with Tomlin stepping away. And is he going to try to go to like Tennessee or just go somewhere else and be given complete control? There are 8 other openings. The Tomlin can go wherever he wants conversation will be tested. Maybe he wants to go to television. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring on these Bills injuries and how you're feeling about it. Bills and Broncos on Saturday.
And Shavers, I mean, what can you say? He played through it for the second half. And I'm seeing clips around of like him blocking on screens and taking guys out, and on the tush push that Allen gets down to the 1, he's destroying a guy like with a torn ACL. He was able to do that. I thought you weren't able to walk, or not able to run, at least, when you had a torn ACL.
Well, you're usually not able to move laterally. Right? Isn't that the deal? Like, it removes your ability to cut.
So he was just moving downhill, and now he's blocking people.
Yeah,
so.
I don't know. I don't know the medical.
Crazy, though, that he was able to do that.
It's tough.
And you feel for him, too, because he's not young. Remember, like, he's 26. And
this is his first NFL active roster year.
Right, and he did the job, I think, to show this year, like, okay, he's not, a receiver that's going to scare anybody on defense, but he proved, I think, he's an NFL player.
Yeah, it could be your last receiver / special teams receiver for 5 years.
Like,
you would have been good with that.
He could be Mac Hollins. Mac Hollins was this, and he carved out like a nice 6-7 year career in the league as usually, I mean, the last 2 years actually, interestingly, been different, but as like the 4th or 5th receiver on a roster. And now, like, well, you're just out till next year, I think.
Yeah.
Well, then not even just till next year. Like, you might be out all of next year. You get hurt in January with that injury. What's your best case scenario? You're back by November? I mean, that's a tough one. And now it leaves them with 3 active receivers that are healthy.
I asked Joe during the update here, Joe DiBiase, I'm like, how do you do strike through text on Twitter? Yeah. Because I got a real clever post, everybody. I'm just waiting to fire it out, but I can't strike through on Twitter. I can in my other applications and text boxes.
Yeah, I only see bold and italic.
But I can't do strike through. So I'll just have to say it, and this will be me saying a tweet. So it's strike through, everybody eats, and then in bold, everybody's out. How do you like it? Like, no more everybody eats. Now it's everybody's out.
Yeah.
Tyrell Shavers and Gabriel Davis both with torn ACLs. And the Bills' injury report is getting lots of people to get a little bit nervous about this game now. Like, I was confident, and then the injury report came out, and now I'm less confident. And I get that. It can feel overwhelming when there's that many injuries.
Did you see the Broncos injury report yesterday, by the way?
No, let me guess. They're all super healthy.
There's 4 guys listed. 3 were limited. 1 on the report was a full participant, and that's it.
Hey,
they have a single guy, at least it's on the roster, like Dobbins isn't there, but they don't have a single guy on the active roster that missed practice yesterday.
Nice. Hey, bye weeks help,
Yep.
Get healthy. They didn't have to play all the way to the bye week, but bye weeks help because you play 1 less game, and Denver got to play 1 less game.
The Bills returned to practice yesterday. They held a walkthrough, gearing up for their divisional matchup with the Broncos coming up Saturday with kickoff set for 4:30. We got an updated injury report yesterday and major injury updates from Sean McDermott as well. Tyrell Shavers was confirmed to have a torn ACL after further testing. So both he and Gabe Davis dealing with ACL tears. Josh Allen with a foot, right finger, and knee injury was a limited participant. Allen says,
I feel good. Honestly, I feel better than I have the last few weeks.
along with Allen, Terrell Bernard, AJ Epinesa, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, and Greg Russo were limited. Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Matt Prater, and Jordan Poyer did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. A big game tonight for the Sabres, as Philadelphia is knocking on the door and will jump them in the standings with a win tonight. Boston and Toronto jumped the Sabres, but with a win tonight, the Sabres would be able to overtake Boston by points percentage and Toronto by points, and keep Philadelphia down. Puck drop is set for 7:30 at KeyBank Center, and all the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, big news of the week, Mike Tomlin has stepped down as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. This young fan got his wish.
And I also want Kevin Patullo flipping burgers at like the local McDonald's or something. I don't care.
As the Eagles fired offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo, the Falcons completed an interview with former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their head coaching vacancy. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero is reporting the Giants, Titans, and Falcons appear to have the inside track on hiring John Harbaugh for head coach, and Greg Roman was let go from the Chargers as well yesterday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I hadn't cut my grass in a long, long time. I coach football. I'm going to stay in my lane. I don't even know who cuts my grass. I have no message if someone spits in your face. Do what comes natural. We do not care.
You know how it is. If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
And I've been in the hot seat for 19 years.
Never say never, but never.
You know, I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it. Don't blink. If you're a blinker, cut your eyelids off.
Mike Tomlin is out as Pittsburgh Steelers head coach. 19 years.
He did give some good quotes.
He did. He had a lot of success. He won a Super Bowl a long time ago, but he stepped away. He has since stepped away. And there's some reporting on what his next step might be. I've got like Diana Rossini and Josina Anderson, different little nuggets on Tomlin, what could be happening next. So we'll see what happens. But the Steelers are just, the job's open. And that job would be interesting. We'll get to the Bills in 1 second. If I'm a Steelers fan, I think that, well, let's just say it this way. I saw someone said, I hope Steelers fans are really excited to dip into the waters of having like a Brian Callahan instead of a Mike Tomlin. And while that sounds bad, it might allow the Steelers to have something that they have not had in at least 10 years.
Yeah.
Which is a cohesive franchise vision to be great. Instead of every year bailing water out of a boat with whatever quarterback is available.
Right.
Instead of just being like, Justin Fields, let's do that.
Yeah.
Like, would Jameis Winston have been their quarterback next year? Who would it have been to try to get them to 10 wins?
Flacco or...
And would they trade a player for a first round? They got rid of George Pickens for a third.
Right.
And traded for DK Metcalf. Like, what kind of vision? It's always about just staying with your head above water. And I like to point out, like, the Bills deserve a lot of credit. The Chiefs deserve a lot of credit. The Chiefs, what made them trade for Mahomes? They lost a playoff game to the Steelers, in which the Steelers only kicked field goals.
Right.
And then the Chiefs said, like, you know what? This life isn't good enough. And with Alex Smith, they traded up and went and got Patrick Mahomes. Like, we got to do something about this. We got to try to be great. And Pittsburgh never tried that. You want to say they win too many games?
They drafted Pickett the one time.
He was the first quarterback off the board, 20th.
Right. That was like, we need a quarterback. Let's just take the number one guy that's there in a class that's not good.
Don't forget, this last year, one of the Steelers insiders, maybe Mark Cavalli, said they had a first-round grade on Jackson Dart, and they passed on him for a defensive tackle.
Right.
You just can't make it up. You don't have a serious organization. If you have a first-round grade on a quarterback and you don't take a quarterback, what are you doing? So if I'm a Pittsburgh fan, I am hey, thanks, man. Thanks for the memories. Thanks for the good years. Now I just want an organization that might have a vision. And that doesn't mean it's going to work, but you might have a vision. In Baltimore, Steve Bisciotti, the Ravens owner, was asked about Lamar and his input in the job and who's going to get the head coaching job. He said Lamar doesn't have power, but he does have input. And he also went on to say, I thought this was a great answer from the Ravens owner, if you want to be a part of this conversation, fly up and be part of the meetings. We're going to have 12-hour meetings every day, all these sessions. Like, if you want to tell me you care about the coach, then you can come up and be a part of it. If you don't come up, that's okay. I'll make the call. So I think that was a really candid answer from the Ravens owner.
He gave a lot of candid answers yesterday. He did. The Tomlin news broke during the press conference also, and he got asked about Tomlin in Baltimore.
He said, holy bleep.
Yeah, he gave a very funny answer.
Yeah, that happened? Yeah.
A lot of Pittsburgh I saw talking about Brian Flores for that job.
I like that.
Would you be... Well, I guess would you be scared off of the Tomlin experience? If you wanted Tomlin gone, like, wait, we're going to hire the guy that was also the Vikings defensive coordinator, which is the exact job that Tomlin got hired from. I mean, I would be not want to make that comparison because there feels like there's a way deeper level of X's and O's with Flores than there is right now with Tomlin.
Yes. If you hired Brian Flores, you have a elite defensive mind, which I just don't think many people think Tomlin is right now.
Right. But if your goal is our quest here needs to be to find Ben Roethlisberger's replacement after 5 years instead of just going Rodgers again, then I'm not sure Flores is your guy. You're probably going to want somebody that you trust to bring along and develop a young quarterback whenever you land on whoever that is. So I don't know if they'll go that direction. They've not had many coach searches in 50 years. Even the owner has only been through 2 of these, I think. His dad would have been a part of the third to last coach search.
Yep.
So they don't have a lot of experience with this even.
You know who seems like the hottest candidate right now? And by the way, I might force us to do the coordinator fantasy league starting today. There are 9 openings, guys. We got to do this.
9.
We got to do this league now. Jesse Minter has an interview with every single team. The Chargers defensive coordinator has. I think he has 8 interviews. Maybe the Steelers are next if they want to add him to the list. 803-0550. Jerry and Kenmore on the Bills' losses and injuries. Hey, Jerry, what's up?
You know, the injuries are tough. Real quickly, though, I understand fear of Houston, but I don't understand any fear of C.J. Stroud. He's going to find a way to try and hand you a game. He tried to do it with Pittsburgh, but they're just a team that offensively can't get anything done. If you can get anything done against them, Stroud will – I think we got hurt in that game by Mills playing because he didn't give us gifts like Stroud seems to want to give you gifts all the time.
I tend to agree. I have very little fear of C.J. Stroud against this Bills defense.
If you remember last year in the playoffs against Kansas City, he was sacked 8 times, and almost all of them were he didn't know where anybody was. Yeah. He creates sacks. He doesn't avoid sacks like good quarterbacks do. He has no pocket awareness, no feel for the pocket. He's just always looks like he's in panic mode. Real quickly, the injury on the wide receiver, I just feel like I've been told that Jay McKee is not playing tonight because of a staph infection. It just feels like that again.
I mean,
I don't think it's at that level.
I don't think so either. I mean, Jay McKee was a regular play. I feel like you're talking about Jeff Gilson is hurt. Like, let me lay this out one more time.
Maybe Rory Fitzpatrick.
Isn't the Bills roster at receiver today closer to Plan A? What was Plan A? Plan A was Shakir, Coleman, Samuel, and then Palmer. I'm missing Palmer. But Shakir, Coleman, Samuel were Plan A. And you've added Cooks. Okay. What was Plan B? Plan B was Shakir, Shavers, Davis, Cooks.
Yep.
And Shavers and Davis, what they decided to do with those guys was remove Coleman because they didn't trust him for the little stuff. It wasn't because Shavers or Davis have made big explosive or game-changing plays.
Right.
Like I want to make this point without making it sound like I think that those guys are useless because they're playing them because they feel like they are the best options. I get that. But I don't think that this is not the Bengals did not lose T. Higgins here, or let's use teams in the playoffs. The Rams did not lose Devontae Adams. Yeah. What the Bills lost here was receivers that when they line up, no one in the coaching staff on the other side is saying, like, make sure you do this.
Yeah, you know what they lost? They lost the dirty work guys. I just looked up in the games, the 6 games, or I guess it would be 7 games. 7 games now since Brandon Cooks joined the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
Do you want to know where Gabe Davis, Josh Palmer, and Tyrell Shavers rank in terms of targets on the Bills?
13th?
7th, 9th, and 10th. Like, guys that you could have available. Do I want to put Ty Johnson on that list? Like, could have available for Sunday?
I kind of need Ty Johnson back.
All right.
And Ty Johnson has shown the ability to kind of be as close to a receiver as Shakir is.
If he's available to you, then I have your 6 leading targets available on Sunday since Cooks joined the team. Shakir, Knox, Kincaid, Johnson, Cook, and Cooks.
Okay. So, I mean, the losses, they are real, and they are depth losses. But, I mean, if you want to talk about 05-06 reunion night, McKee, he was, sure, it was a big loss. It was only, I mean, again, McKee was important. Well, he was lost after Talinder, Kalin, and Numanen.
Right.
He was your 4th loss. It was that you were already thin. That
4th
was the
loss
issue.
of your top 6.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is not 4 in the top 6. In fact, it's none of the top 6.
Right. Exactly.
In this case.
I mean, it's of the top 6 receivers, but of course they use a lot of their other position players.
And I realize I may be walking both sides because we're going to talk to Sal at 7, and I'm going to agree that these losses matter. I just don't want to get to they can't win now. That they are fairly close to plan A.
Right. I think they can win. My confidence level in this game hasn't waned that much. I think it matters that they are out, and I do think the injury report as a whole looks scary, but
I'm more worried about
confidence
Poyer.
level.
Aren't you more worried about Poyer?
Yes.
Like, Poyer is the biggest loss of the group.
Because my confidence level in this game has been more about, I think the Bills' defense is going to shut down the Broncos. So if I'm losing Poyer, that's concerning. I said yesterday, I think it's possible the Bills win this game with 17 points. And I can't get to 17 points, 20 points, 24 points because Shavers and Gabe Davis are out. Like, I think they matter to some things on the offense, but I don't think they matter to that level.
Elijah Moore was also part of Plan A. Thanks to the chat for pointing that out. He's on the Broncos.
Yes, he is.
Practice squad. 803-0550, our phone number, in 1-888-550-2550. Sal coming up at 7 o'clock. We're going to get some fun along the way today. Get some trivia in. It's going to be cold tomorrow, or like by the end of the day.
Pat Hammer.
It's nice out right now.
I know. I didn't wear a jacket today. Pat Hammer tweeted out, like, today, right now, it's 40 degrees, and tomorrow at this time, the wind chill will be -2. 42-degree difference.
That's obnoxious.
Yeah. Tough.
Yikes. All right. That's tough. Well, what's the forecast for Saturday? Because I'm probably watching the game outside. That's my plan.
That's a good question. It's going to be 60 in Denver.
60 in Denver. That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. We've got a clip of Jeff Saturday saying it's disrespectful for the Bills to be favored in this game.
They opened as an underdog, Jeff.
The Bills?
Yeah.
In the
Saturday night. I have it.
Against Denver?
Yeah, I bet it.
Wow. All right, good.
I didn't think it would last, so I bet it on the night that it opened, Sunday night. I 1.5, and when I woke up the next morning, they were favored.
Nice.
Jeff Saturday.
Some books they opened as favorites, and others they opened as dogs.
Someone teach Jeff though how it works.
I think they should be favorites.
They opened as underdogs in a lot of places.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The receivers have been a massive talking point for like 9 months, right? We know that, but I can't even really get to how they can we be mad about who the receivers are if most of them are hurt, right? Like,
well, I mean,
you could be mad about Coleman as a bad pick, but Coleman has a redemption story here that's possible. I was thinking yesterday that, like, you could have Diggs' career arc, which was be amazing and then falter at the end, and you are remembered as get him out of here, he's a bum.
Right.
You could have 2 years of being bleh, score 3 touchdowns in 2 games, and that guy can be the mayor as far as I'm concerned. Like, you know?
I think you can be, I mean, if they don't produce on Sunday and they're all, the 4 guys that are going to be available to you are all healthy. Like, I'll still think there is room to say, all right, like, the guys you invested in let you down. Because there is a level of investment in
Shakir,
3 of the 4
and,
at least.
And Coleman.
You've got your biggest free agent ad at the position from last year in Curtis Samuel that will be on the field for you.
Mm-hmm.
You have Shakir, who you threw a $15 million contract at, and you have your highest draft pick that you spent on it in Keon Coleman. Cooks, you can throw him away if you want because he showed up in November. But we know how necessary he's been and how he's given them something that they didn't have before. But I really would only want to make it about the other 3. And if they're all healthy for the next game and maybe they make it past that and that's the thing that lets them down, I'll still want to say, no, like you had the guys that you invested in other than Palmer.
Yeah.
Like the guys that were a part of your plan to be good at the position were all there except for Josh Palmer. And like to me, right, if you want to catch the ball and guys get open, then this is what you were relatively going to have anyway. It's more about Shaver showed up and was able to be an NFL player for them at the bottom of the roster, and Gabe Davis showed up in the middle of the season. Like, nothing against those guys, but they are not big investments by this team.
Right.
And Shavers, I mean, what can you say? He played through it for the second half. And I'm seeing clips around of like him blocking on screens and taking guys out, and on the tush push that Allen gets down to the 1, he's destroying a guy like with a torn ACL. He was able to do that. I thought you weren't able to walk or not able to run at least when you had a torn ACL.
Well, you're usually not able to move laterally, right? Isn't that the deal? Like it removes your ability to cut.
So he was just moving downhill and now he's blocking people.
Yeah,
so.
I don't know. I don't know the medical.
Crazy though that he was able to do that.
It's tough.
And you feel for him too because he's not young. Remember, like he's 26, and
this is his first NFL active roster year.
Right, and he did the job. I think to show this year, like okay, he's not a receiver that's going to scare anybody on defense, but he proved I think he's an NFL player.
Yeah, he could be your last receiver / special teams receiver for 5 years.
Like
he would have been good with that.
He could be Mac Hollins. Mac Hollins was this, and he carved out like a nice 6-7 year career in the league as usually, I mean, the last 2 years actually, interestingly, been different, but as like the 4th or 5th receiver on a roster. And now, you're just out till next year, I think.
Yeah.
Well, then not even just till next year. Like, you might be out all of next year. You get hurt in January with that injury. What's your best case scenario? You're back by November? I mean, that's a tough one. And now it leaves them with 3 active receivers that are healthy.
Is he a candidate here? Oh, Mike, wouldn't that be awesome? Only if John takes the Pittsburgh job. Wow, wouldn't that be interesting?
Steve Bisciotti, owner of the Ravens, on Mike Tomlin's dismissal, which he learned of live during his press conference, talking about their coaching search. One quick NFL note, the former All-Pro defensive tackle Gerald McCoy called Caleb Williams the best Bears quarterback ever. And do you want to fight it?
No. I think he might, when he made that throw against Green Bay on fourth down, he became the Bears' best all-time
quarterback they've ever had.
Yeah.
And it's Jim McMahon.
So, no offense to Sid Luckman, but yeah, I think he gets that title. They could build him a statue right now.
He's got the most passing touchdowns over the first 2 years in Bears history, more comebacks in this year than any quarterback ever.
Okay.
Playoff passing record, the single season passing record. This is like Bears history. He's our best quarterback we've ever had. Yep.
It's year 2.
You might be right. It's year two. It's year 2, and year 1 wasn't even that good. But
right.
I thought it was kind of funny, like where these franchises are. That might not be wrong.
Who's feeling better right now than the Bears?
Nobody.
Than a Bears fan.
They're
number one, right?
They're feeling like we were as Bills fans after the Taron Johnson pick 6 game, like farther than we thought we would be. Let's see where this goes. The guy is it. The coach is it.
But even just the feeling of never having a quarterback.
Sure, and never scoring points.
And now winning a playoff game because of him.
Yeah, because you scored a ton of points.
A feeling they've never had.
And you beat your biggest rival, and your coach is willing to say bleep those guys.
Right.
Like he's not kissing rings of the Packers. Like,
right.
Yeah, I think Ben Johnson and the Bears are a vibe. Derek in South Carolina before the break. Derek, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Yes, sir. I was just thinking, I know that Josh Allen's banged up a little bit. I don't know how. I know everybody's going to be 80, 90% maybe. I'm just wondering if we could put Keon Coleman like in the slot, because the ball is going to have to come out fast, and he's such a big receiver, like you guys say. So I'm just wondering, if we put him in the slot and put Samuels on the outside or switch him out.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, and I'm really hoping our defense can hold up, because if our defense can hold up, I think we're going to be okay. I really do.
Thanks, Derek. We'll talk about this with Sal. The problem with that is people would always say, well, when Shakir is there, and sometimes Kincaid is there.
And now Samuel back, Samuel is there a lot.
They use Samuel more like a gadgety guy than a traditional receiver, but we'll see. The biggest problem I think I see now to putting Coleman in the slot is I actually don't have the bodies on the outside. Right. Like Shavers and Davis and Cooks and Palmer would give you guys on the outside if you wanted to start using him in the slot. And I think his slot snaps went up a little bit this year, and he had
a little
limited.
But it was like he had played 7 slot snaps in his rookie year. It's
always
hard to not go up.
It's always been something that scouts have thought about Coleman from the start. I just don't know how they get themselves to it. My guess is they are sad about these losses, but they don't think they're significant enough to just shuffle everything that significantly. We'll see what Sal has to say about it. Sal's on the way. The lengthy injury report, what the Bills are going to do, can do at receiver. Christian Wilkerson. See what Sal remembers of him from Bills camp. And also, maybe you're seeing the clips out there. The national NFL film media is really in on the job that Sean McDermott did against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Disguising coverages, everything. It's a great performance from these Bills. And up next is Denver. We're going to talk about it with Sal. Coming up here on WGR. I asked Joe during the update here, Joe DiBiase, I'm like, how do you do strike through text on Twitter? Yeah. Because I got a real clever post, everybody. I'm just waiting to fire it out, but I can't strike through on Twitter. I can in my other applications and text boxes.
Yeah, I only see bold and italic.
But I can't do strike through. So I'll just have to say it, and this will be me saying a tweet. So it's strike through, everybody eats, and then in bold, everybody's out. How do you like it? Like, no more everybody's eats. Now it's everybody's out.
Yeah.
Tyrell Shavers and Gabriel Davis both with torn ACLs. And the Bills' injury report is getting lots of people to get a little bit nervous about this game now. Like, I was confident, and then the injury report came out, and now I'm less confident. And I get that. It can feel overwhelming when there's that many injuries.
Did you see the Broncos injury report yesterday, by the way?
No, let me guess. They're all super healthy.
There's 4 guys listed. 3 were limited. 1 on the report was a full participant, and that's it.
Hey,
they have a single guy, at least it's on the roster, like Dobbins isn't there, but they don't have a single guy on the active roster that missed practice yesterday.
Nice. Hey, bye weeks help,
Yep.
Get healthy. They didn't have to play all the way to the bye week, but bye weeks help because you play one less game, and Denver got to play one less game. The receivers have been a massive talking point for like 9 months, right? We know that. But I can't even really get to how they can we be mad about who the receivers are if most of them are hurt? Right? Like,
well, I mean,
you could be mad about Coleman as a bad pick, but Coleman has a redemption story here that's possible. I was thinking yesterday that, like, you could have Diggs' career arc, which was be amazing and then falter at the end, and you are remembered as get him out of here, he's a bum.
Right.
You could have 2 years of being bleh, score 3 touchdowns in 2 games, and that guy can be the mayor as far as I'm concerned. Like, you know?
I think you can be, I mean, if they don't produce on Sunday and they're all, the 4 guys that are going to be available to you are all healthy. Like, I'll still think there is room to say, all right, like, the guys you invested in let you down. Because there is a level of investment in
Shakir,
3 of the 4 at least.
And Coleman.
You've got your biggest free agent ad at the position from last year in Curtis Samuel that will be on the field for you.
Mm-hmm.
You have Shakir, who you threw a $15 million contract at, and you have your highest draft pick that you spent on it in Keon Coleman. Cooks, you can throw him away if you want because he showed up in November. But we know how necessary he's been and how he's given them something that they didn't have before. But I really would only want to make it about the other 3. And if they're all healthy for the next game and maybe they make it past that and that's the thing that lets them down, I'll still want to say, no, like, you had the guys that you invested in other than Palmer.
Yeah.
Like, the guys that were a part of your plan to be good at the position were all there except for Josh Palmer. And, like, to me, right, if you want to catch the ball and guys get open, then this is what you were relatively going to have anyway. It's more about Shaver showed up and was able to be an NFL player for them at the bottom of the roster, and Gabe Davis showed up in the middle of the season. Like, you know, nothing against those guys, but they are not big investments by this team.
Right.
The Bills returned to practice yesterday. They held a walkthrough practice gearing up for their divisional round matchup with the Broncos coming up Saturday with kickoff set for 4:30. We got an updated injury report and a major injury update from Sean McDermott as well. Tyrell Shavers was confirmed to have a torn ACL after further testing, so he and Gabe Davis are dealing with ACL tears. Josh Allen with a foot, right finger, and knee injury was a limited participant in practice. Allen says,
I feel good. Honestly, I feel better than I have the last few weeks.
Along with Allen, Terrell Bernard, A.J. Epinesa, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, and Greg Rousseau were all limited, and Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Matt Prater, and Jordan Poyer did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. A big game tonight for the Sabres as Philadelphia is knocking on the door and will jump them in the standings with a win tonight. Boston and Toronto jump the Sabres, but if the Sabres do win, they'd be able to overtake Boston by points percentage, Toronto by points, and keep Philadelphia down. Puck drop is set for 7:30 at KeyBank Center, and all of the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the big news of the week, Mike Tomlin has stepped down as head coach of the Steelers, and this young fan got his wish.
And I also want Kevin Patullo flipping burgers at like the local McDonald's or something. I don't care.
As the Eagles fired offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo, the Falcons completed an interview with former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their head coaching vacancy. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the Giants, Titans, and Falcons appear to have the inside track on hiring John Harbaugh for head coach, and the Chargers let go of their offensive coordinator. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Happy Wednesday morning. It is kind of warm out there, and it's going to be really cold tomorrow. One of those, when you look at the weather app or you listen to our buddy Pat Hammer and like, oh, look at this, 43 degrees, -2 tomorrow.
Yeah.
in the real feel, at least.
Brutal.
So, yeah, big dip. And next week, looking at single-digit lows. So, anyway. But it's warm today for now. Sal, good morning. How are you today?
Pretty good, guys. Pretty good. I saw that this morning as well. It's going to be bitterly cold tomorrow morning.
Meanwhile, you're going on another beach vacation.
Yeah, basically.
Temperatures in the 60s out there in Denver.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that. I looked yesterday. I think it's like 45 game for the game on Saturday now. It's like 45. I think if I looked at it right.
Okay. Well,
I know the opening temperature I saw during the week was like 56, but it very easily I think could have gone down.
That's right. Tomorrow in Denver, it's going to be a high of 61, and next week it's all in the 50s and mid-50s.
You're right. I see 50 as the high now for Saturday, and 28 as the low.
That's fine. It'll feel like home.
Sunday.
You know what though? Not a lot of wind. That's number one. And no precipitation, so that's good. I think it sounds like it's pretty good football weather. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Good for Matt Prater. The warmer, the better.
Yeah, and I mean he kicked there before. You know, he used to play there, so
that's
I mean
right.
he understands that stadium. He understands the altitude, the environment, all those things that we talk about. All those little kind of things that come into play in games like this.
Sal, let's get through the lengthy injury report. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm Injured Call 1-800-8-million.
They're getting their money's worth.
That's right. A lot of injuries. And Sal, the big story, of course, is the double blow here to receiver. We knew Gabe Davis tore his ACL and will be out the season, and Tyrell Shavers was they're getting a look at it and then find out that he suffered a similar fate, finished the game on it. And is this the all-time, you like to make the point, sometimes the guy finishes the game and then you find out that there's swelling. In this case, he finished the game and turns out it's a torn ACL, which is about as intense as that gets.
It's pretty unbelievable. So during the game, he gets hurt on a punt play. And I remember looking and saying, okay, he's down. I don't know if it was non-contact or not, but it didn't look good because of the nature of the play. It's on a punt play and kind of away from the play. So I didn't get a good look at what happened, but he was in a lot of pain. It's right before the half. So he goes in the locker room. We're told he's questionable to return. They're evaluating. That's normal basically. And then, guys, I'm doing my halftime hit with Nate, and I'm standing on the field. And everybody's in the locker room already. They're gone. Here comes Tyrell Shavers with 2 trainers during halftime with his helmet on and starts working out on the sidelines, running, doing sprints. I'm like, oh, Tyrell Shavers, this is great news. Looks like he might be coming back in. He's got his helmet on. And then right before halftime, I'm told, yep, Tyrell Shavers, he's clear to go back in. Okay, you figure everything's okay. He played 21 snaps. He's on the field on the tush push at the end, by the way, that Josh Allen gets carried in. He's on the field on that play, helping out in the tush push. And then afterwards, see him in the locker room. I said, how you feeling? He said, feeling good now that we got the dub. He said, but we'll see. And then obviously yesterday, the really brutal news for him. What a really terrible situation for him. A guy that worked his tail off to get just to this point to be on the field playing in the NFL, let alone meaningful snaps, meaningful games for a team that they're very much relying on him in a lot of these run situations and catching a few passes now. And obviously a big blow to the Bills and what they like to do structurally on offense. You know what I mean? I think that's the biggest part of this.
They wouldn't have known, right, during the game that his ACL was torn and then he went back in, right?
No. You do some testing.
Yeah.
I don't think they have the right imaging right there to go through all of that needs to be done, Joe. That's something you have to really kind of go and look at right there. It's like, okay, I'm not the medical expert here to tell you, but obviously if that were the case, he wouldn't have finished.
So what are they really losing? I mean, we can include Davis in this as well, Sal. I mean, Shavers has not been a large part of the pass attack by him catching the ball, but we were talking about earlier, like his role when they throw screens and his role in the run game, like him and Davis both doing that job at times and both being out, like it maybe makes it tougher that they're both out at the same time.
Oh, for sure. So, I mean, look at just some of the blocking that you see Tyrell do. I mean, we've talked about him. You've seen him on TV. They've highlighted him and how good he is in the run game. I will tell you this. I had a conversation recently with Aaron Cromer who told me just how important Tyrell Shavers is to what they do and how much he was really praising him. And you heard Sean McDermott praise him and talk about him and how much, he's important to what they do. So, look, I don't want to understate it or overstate it, right? Because it's a wide receiver in the run game. I totally get it. But that's the Bills' identity. That's what they do. They're really good at the run game. They try to be a really great run team, and he's a big part of that. And then you add on the fact that Gabe that's a big thing, part of what he does. You're losing 2 really important players there. And I do wonder if, philosophically you have to change a little bit here, because what happens is you put a receiver on the field, teams can't just go base defense all the time. But now all of a sudden you have a guy that's a little smaller and these receivers help out in blocking. And then the screens, you brought up the screens. Look at the screen that Khalil Shakir had early in the game. There was one where he catches the ball. It's on the Bills sideline. I mean, Tyrell's making a great block to get him, instead of 3 yards, he gets like 7 or 8 yards. Those little kind of details matter. So, so they bring back Christian Wilkerson to the practice squad. He is more of a big-bodied receiver. Like, he's more that type. So I think they need a little bit of that, on the roster. They do have Curtis Samuel, his 21-day window opening, and he's practicing. They have Nicole Hardman on the practice squad. These are not the same receivers. So that's why I wonder, do they go into this game and say, okay, we just have to have a bit of a change of philosophy in how we're going to run and with these guys and what we're going to do offensively? It's going to be interesting.
Would you think it's a combination of Keon Coleman and Wilkerson that are doing a lot of that dirty work?
At this point, Joe, I'd be surprised if Wilkerson is playing. Like, okay. I doubt he's actually up on the active roster. You just brought him in. He hadn't been here for weeks and weeks. I think that's a tough ask, especially on a short week with a walkthrough. Like, how much practice time does he have to get in there and actually do all that stuff? You know what I mean? So no, I don't think so. I think it's probably, the way I look at it right now, it would be one of or both Curtis Samuel or Nicole Hardman on the active roster on game day. Is it possible? Sure. I just think that's a tough ask for a guy that hasn't been here and suddenly, we're bringing him back into the room, and then he's got to play on game day and fill this role.
And Samuel, Sal, full participant, right? No designation of any kind.
Yeah, let me look real here. That is correct. He's got the elbow injury. When he went on IR, it was elbow/neck. Now it's only elbow listed. He's a full participant, so that's really good news, and that could mean that he's ready to rock and roll, and we'll see how that shakes out. And he's not the only one, obviously. We can get to Ed Oliver, but Ed Oliver also and DeMar Hamlin, who all three have their windows open. The Bills have one open roster spot. They have 3 guys right now on IR who are eligible to come off.
And I feel like, I predicted yesterday, the Bills have kind of used IR in this way, which is not against the rules. Like, you keep guys stashed until maybe you're ready for them to come back. A spot opens up, somebody else gets hurt, now you bring this guy off IR. My expectation, if it's Oliver, I guess that you can't not do that if he's ready to play. And he said he's optimistic, Sal. But if it's not Oliver, then my guess is it's probably going to be Curtis Samuel. Because if he's a full participant in a position you're already really thin at, to me that makes the most sense.
Yeah, and let's remember, they could make a roster move too, right? I mean, like, if Terrell Bernard is okay to play, then you could release Bale Inspector, for example, right? I mean, right now, Bale Inspector's on the 53-man roster. You have 6 linebackers. I mean, if Terrell Bernard's able to play, do you need 6 linebackers going into a game? You know what I mean? So I just think there's a lot of things that you could take a look at if you need to do. You have 4 tight ends right now on your active roster, right? So they'll have to just kind of evaluate where they want to be with all that.
So Oliver, he, of course, it's the biceps injury that forces him out. A couple weeks ago, there was a knee scope as well. Where is he, Sal, in terms of like whether it's what the coaches say about him or what he says about his ability to possibly play?
So he's only listed as bicep on the injury report, but yes, he did have the knee scope, right? And obviously that's something. Then maybe who knows? I mean, could be also, but either way, we know that those 2 things happened. He says he feels good. He said, the thing about him though is he said yesterday he did the walkthrough and he felt good. He said, but we'll see where it goes. He's got to get through today's more of a full day for these guys. It's a regular practice. So a lot will be determined today, guys, how they get through today's practice. Yesterday was a walkthrough. That goes for Curtis Samuel. That goes for Ed Oliver. The other guys who are limited. Like, today is a much bigger day. How they get through today's practice, how they feel. Ed just really I think one thing about Ed Oliver people have to understand, he is a football junkie. He just wants to play football. He loves football so much. He wants to be out there. He just wants to go out there and play. And if he could play, if you're telling him that you're close to playing, no, I'm going out there, right? Like, if it's up to him, he's playing. You know what I mean? But he's got to get through it, and he understands what the protocols are for him to kind of be ready and know that he can't hurt his team either.
Sal Capaccio with us on the Wester Hotline. Sal, the Bernard injury might be a little interesting if he gets to a point where he's available, because we've talked about it with you, like trying to figure out what the puzzle is at linebacker. But, I mean, you just had a big game from, at least there was a splash play by Shaq Thompson in the last game. So, I don't know, what do you see there and what Bernard could mean to that combo?
Yeah, I still think Shaq Thompson's got to be the guy that stays where he is just because of what he's meant to this defense, how they're playing, over the last kind of, I guess, month and a half or whatever. They've been better against the run, not great. I know that there's some numbers put up still, but they've at least been able to kind of make it where a team isn't dominating them on the ground in a game, right? And I think that that's been a big source of helping out what the defense has been able to do here, putting teams in situations where, you might be able to get a takeaway like they did. So I think that's the case. Now, that said, I'm taking a look at the, Denver Broncos, and they're not a great run team. They have a very mobile quarterback who's going to use his legs, and he's going to scramble around. And I wonder, do the Bills think that that's something they're going to have to take a little bit more account of this week, because then you can have a little more athleticism out there with Terrell Bernard. Dorian Williams, obviously, is a guy who's been used as a spy. Matt Milano can do it, but how do you want to treat Bo Nix here in this situation? And this could be a mix and match type of thing too, based on down and distance and things like that, guys.
It could be good for depth too, because they're not really using Dorian Williams, Sal, is like a traditional linebacker. Like you said,
right.
It feels like when he's on the field, it's either he's a spy or he's doing one of those pass rush, sets where he's actually on the line of scrimmage.
Agreed. Yeah, he's kind of. Is it fair to say he's kind of taken over like the Michael Hoyt kind of role in that regard, right?
Kinda.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where like they're using him all over the front seven, and I give Dorian a lot of credit. I think Dorian's come a long way in that regard as a football player. Like, there was a time where we'd always talk and say, oh my God, like Dorian Williams, he just plays so fast, but he over pursues and he doesn't diagnose quickly, but he'll get there and he'll make up for it or with his speed, but he's got to see it. I think Dorian Williams has become a really much smarter football player. I think he's seeing things really well. He understands his role. They've found a really nice role for him here. I also want to point out that Matt Milano does have an ankle injury and he's limited yesterday. So, that could be something that you have to think about when it comes to this conversation about. And I'm not telling anybody I don't think Matt Milano's going to play. I just think that you have to start thinking about what you said, Joe, like depth and, different situations. Like if you got Bo Nix running around back there, if Matt Milano's not absolutely 100% in his ankle, what does that look like on a 3rd down and 6?
Yeah. One other thing I thought of the injury report, I want to get you a quick special teams question, because Shavers meant a lot for them and was like a core special teams guy for them. And Hamlin was practicing, right? And he's played special teams. I don't know if don't think they're the same role, but what changes do you think would be there? Like that might be one where maybe it wouldn't even be a receiver, Sal, that would play the role that Shavers has played.
It's a good question. Normally your 5th receiver is going to really have to play some special teams. I just don't know what they have here as far as guys being able to do that. But that brings in, again, is that a Christian Wilkerson where maybe, Joe, you get that part of it, which is okay. We can find a spot for this guy to put on, and then we can definitely use him in the run game because now he can help out, as a special teams guy because that's not McCall Hardman necessarily, right? McCall Hardman could be on the field to return punts. That's not going to be Curtis Samuel necessarily. You do have Darnell Savage still, on the roster that as part of the safety group. Damar Hamlin obviously is somebody that you could use in that role. So it's a good point you bring up. And maybe that does open the door for a guy like Wilkerson. It's just still, to me, after just coming back here, that's a bit of a tough ask. But again, like you might need a guy like that to add to depth on special teams.
Sal, before we get you out of here, you want to offer a thought on the Steelers? Mike Tomlin, big news yesterday. 9 head coaching openings. The record in a year is 10. Which is obviously a lot. So 9 head coach openings, and the Steelers enter the game late with the announcement that Mike Tomlin is stepping away. And we'll wait to see what he does next. But, what was your instant reaction? What do you think about it for Pittsburgh?
I am not surprised that either Tomlin or Harbaugh are no longer the coaches where they are. My surprise is how each of them exited, which is I did not think John Harbaugh would be fired. You know what I mean? I thought that if that was going to happen and thought could happen, it would be mutual parting of the ways. They both realized that, the relationship has run its course. I kind of felt the same thing about Tomlin. Okay, at the end of the day, they might say, okay, you know what? We're going to go in a different direction. He wants something new. You just have to do it. But Harbaugh was fired and Tomlin stepped down. And, talking with some of my media colleagues yesterday in the room, we were talking about, well, maybe the Steelers just, they've never fired a coach. They don't want to have it look like they fired a coach. So maybe that's what it is. I don't know. It feels to me like Mike Tomlin made up his mind a while ago that he just didn't want to coach anymore.
Yeah.
Right. And, he might be in TV next year or whatever. He's going to take time off. That said, guys, I'm old enough to remember when Bill Cowher took over as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I remember at the time thinking, they had this really long coach, Chuck Noll, and now they're going totally outside the box and hiring somebody that was a special teams coordinator in Cleveland, I believe, at the time. And then you might be old enough, Joe, Jeremy, at least to remember, maybe you do, Joe, when Mike Tomlin became coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And they did the same kind of thing where they kind of went outside the box, outside the organization. And I remember Art Rooney, I think it was, who was asked, like, what is it? And this is after Tomlin wins the Super Bowl. He's a young coach. Like, okay, they found their next star coach. And they said, like, what is it about, like, how you guys have found these coaches? And he said, we hire the brightest young mind we can and support the hell out of them. And I always remember that. And I'm thinking, you know what? Is that what they're going to do this time? Are they just going to go find somebody outside the organization that they say, we're going to identify the next guy who's going to be here for the next 15 years?
I wonder, too, like, how much power they'd have to hire kind of whoever they want. Because on the surface, Sal, like, I would look at that job and say, well, it's an old roster without a quarterback. Yeah, that's not enticing. But if I'm a head coach, like if I'm Brian Flores or anybody, I might look at that job and go, well, they never fire anybody, so my job security might be as good there as it would be anywhere.
Yeah, whoever gets the job is going to kind of want assurances like this. This is going to take not like a tear down, but this team needs to turn over.
But again, if you're a guy that thinks like, coaches can be fired in a year, if I go to Pittsburgh, I mean, I'm probably getting more chance there than I would in any other organization.
I know this is really probably something that people who are right now listening who are like 25, 30 years old, you're going to think that I'm nuts when I say this. I get it because of where the Steelers are now, but it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. If anybody in coaching thinks about coaching the Pittsburgh Steelers, it is like near the top of their list of organizations they'd want to be a part of and coach. I know that sounds crazy to people who have not seen them win a playoff game in a decade. Well, I totally understand that. But this is like the Notre Dame of college, where I say the same thing now. Come on, Notre Dame's not what it used to be, right? But you know what I mean?
I would like to push back on that point a little bit because the candidates you're talking about are younger than you, right? the candidates you're
For
talking
the most
about,
part, yes.
Most of them.
So like this generation doesn't really think of the Steelers that way, I don't think. So like I'm not saying it's not a job that people, whatever, it's an important job, it's a big job, but I got a 32-year-old brightest young mind. That's not the same Steelers that Mike Tomlin took over.
Well, Harbaugh's older than Sal.
And that you're right, and that is actually my point I make about Notre Dame. Like that's the way I feel about Notre Dame now, right? Like growing up in the '80s, it was like, oh my God, that's the greatest job ever. And it's still like it's Notre Dame, but like they haven't. I know that where they are now. I'm not trying to make a Notre Dame point. You get it though, right? You guys understand what I'm saying? Like,
Notre Dame
right? It's not what it used to be.
Yeah, Notre Dame had to work their way back to that, and they did. All right.
Did you see?
I just think that the Steelers are a one of these NFL franchises. They have these Lombardis. They have this storied history and tradition, and most people involved in football would covet that job. Is what I'm saying.
Did you see the report about Tomlin and wanting warm weather, and that Miami wants him? Did you spend any time thinking about him and the Dolphins?
Josina Anderson says Harbaugh and Tomlin at the top of the Dolphins list, and if the Dolphins hired Tomlin, I mean,
you want him in the division?
Oh, I'll go take it. I would.
I mean, yeah, I think so. I mean, tell me who his quarterback is. Tell me who his punter is. That's probably more important, actually, when it comes to Mike Tomlin.
Right. Honestly,
they might be at the top of the Dolphins list, but are the Dolphins at the top of their list?
That's right. It's a great question. The biggest mark against Tomlin for me is if the Dolphins hire him, will he just want to adopt what he did in Pittsburgh? It was like, all right, who's the best available free agent quarterback I can get on the market that can try to win us 10 games? Like that's just. Good luck. That's just not a way to live in today's NFL. So good luck to him. All right, Sal. We'll chat tomorrow. You're on the road. You're hitting the road for Denver on Friday. It's a short week. So
I want to let everybody know, just so we know, so you guys can make sure tomorrow, too, we can mention this. But Sean McDermott tomorrow on WGR on the Extra Point Show, because tomorrow's like a normal Friday. You know what I mean? Because tomorrow's the day of the designations for injuries. Today's another injury report. Tomorrow is the full designations, out, doubtful, questionable, all that. So I'm going to host tomorrow the Extra Point Show as if it's a Friday, and we're going to have Sean McDermott on. I'm going to have Sean McDermott on tomorrow. He's going to give us the injury report, and then Friday's a travel day to Denver.
Very good. Cool. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline. Bills and Broncos, 9 teams looking for coaching jobs, and I don't know that there is a slam dunk most attractive job. Do you think there is?
I think I would want the Giants job, just because of the quarterback and the brand. If you want,
there's potential there.
Yeah, I would go. That would be the first thing I would look at. Who's the quarterback?
Yeah.
And the team that I think I would like the most for that is the Giants. I guess I could get to the Titans on that too, but don't the Giants feel like they have a little bit more to work with around Dart than feels like Tennessee? It's just. If you like Cam Ward, fine, but everything else needs to be built. And maybe in New York might have a decent defense, and Neighbors will come back, and I might have something to work with there.
What's the worst job? Is the Raiders job
Dolphins?
Is the Raiders job definitely a bad job? You get to pick high. You got Tom Brady. He might hire good coaches. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Brady could, wrangle Brian Flores and a good coordinator.
Brady's the only thing that would make that a good job, though.
Maybe.
Because everything, that's a dumpster fire organization that has no quarterback plan going forward, not a very great roster. It's just in Mark Davis. So Is Brady good enough and valuable enough to me to overcome all of that? I'm not sure. I don't know if he's actually even good at this.
Yeah, then there's
his first decision was to hire Pete Carroll and bring in Geno Smith.
That's not good.
I don't know. I think Miami's the worst job because I am stuck with a quarterback contract that it might make it preventative for me to build right away.
Well, you shouldn't want to build right away if you're Miami. You should probably consider
Go to the bottom.
You should consider it. Yeah, you can. Maybe they move Jalen Waddle now that things are in the offseason. All right, 803-0559 head coaching openings. Sabres play Philadelphia tonight.
Philly.
Big game tonight, and then Montreal tomorrow for 0506 reunion night. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring, 803-0550. There are some big names and big rumors in the NHL, and maybe we'll spend a few minutes on if the Sabres should, how bold should they get here, and how well positioned are they to do it? We'll kick that around a little bit as well. Joe Marino at 8 o'clock here on WGR. Like, the receivers have been a massive talking point for like 9 months, right? We know that, but I can't even really get to how they can we be mad about who the receivers are if most of them are hurt, right? Like,
well, I mean,
you could be mad about Coleman as a bad pick, but Coleman has a redemption story here that's possible. I was thinking yesterday that, like, you could have Diggs' career arc, which was be amazing and then falter at the end, and you are remembered as get him out of here, he's a bum.
Right.
You could have 2 years of being bleh, score 3 touchdowns in 2 games, and that guy can be the mayor as far as I'm concerned. Like, you know?
I think you can be, I mean, if they don't produce on Sunday and they're all, the 4 guys that are going to be available to you are all healthy. Like, I'll still think there is room to say, all right, like, the guys you invested in let you down. Because there is a level of investment in
Shakir,
3 of the 4 at least.
And Coleman.
You've got your biggest free agent ad at the position from last year in Curtis Samuel that will be on the field for you.
Mm-hmm.
You have Shakir, who you threw a $15 million contract at. And you have your highest draft pick that you spent on it in Keon Coleman. Cooks, you can throw him away if you want because he showed up in November. But we know how necessary he's been and how he's given them something that they didn't have before. But I really would only want to make it about the other 3. And if they're all healthy for the next game and maybe they make it past that and that's the thing that lets them down, I'll still want to say, no, like, you had the guys that you invested in other than Palmer.
Yeah.
Like, the guys that were a part of your plan to be good at the position were all there except for Josh Palmer. And, like, to me, right, if you want to catch the ball and guys get open, then this is what you were relatively going to have anyway. It's more about Shaver showed up and was able to be an NFL player for them at the bottom of the roster, and Gabe Davis showed up in the middle of the season. Like, you know, nothing against those guys, but they are not big investments by this team.
Right.
So what are they really losing? I mean, we can include Davis in this as well, Sal. I mean, Shavers has not been a large part of the pass attack by him catching the ball, but we were talking about earlier, like, his role when they throw screens and his role in the run game, like, him and Davis both doing that job at times and both being out, like, it maybe makes it tougher that they're both out at the same time.
Oh, for sure. So, I mean, look at just some of the blocking that you see Tyrell do. I mean, we've talked about him. You've seen him on TV. They've highlighted him and how good he is in the run game. I will tell you this. I had a conversation recently with Aaron Cromer, who told me just how important Tyrell Shavers is to what they do and how much he was really praising him. And you heard Sean McDermott praise him and talk about him and how much, you know, he's important to what they do. So, look, I don't want to understate it or overstate it, right? Because it's a wide receiver in the run game. I totally get it. But that's the Bills' identity. That's what they do. They're really good at the run game. They try to be a really great run team, and he's a big part of that. And then you add on the fact that Gabe that's a big thing, part of what he does. You know, you're losing 2 really important players there. And I do wonder if, you know, philosophically you have to change a little bit here, because what happens is you put a receiver on the field, you know, teams can't just go base defense all the time. But now all of a sudden you have a guy that's a little smaller, and these receivers help out in blocking. And then the screens, you brought up the screens. Look at the screen that Khalil Shakir had early in the game. There was one where he catches the ball. It's on the Bills sideline. I mean, Tyrell's making a great block to get him, instead of 3 yards, he gets like 7 or 8 yards. Those little kind of details matter. So, yeah. So they bring back Christian Wilkerson to the practice squad. He is more of a big-bodied receiver. Like, he's more that type. So I think they need a little bit of that, you know, on the roster. They do have Curtis Samuel, his 21-day window opening, and he's practicing. They have Nicole Hardman on the practice squad. These are not the same receivers. So that's why I wonder, do they go into this game and say, okay, we just have to have a bit of a change of philosophy and how we're going to run and with these guys and what we're going to do offensively? It's going to be interesting.
Would you think it's a combination of Keon Coleman and Wilkerson that are doing a lot of that dirty work?
At this point, Joe, I'd be surprised if Wilkerson is playing.
The Bills returned to practice yesterday with a walkthrough practice, gearing up for their divisional round matchup with the Broncos coming up this Sunday with kickoff set for 4:30. We got an updated injury report yesterday and major injury updates from Sean McDermott as well. Terrell Shavers was confirmed to have a torn ACL after further testing, so both he and Gabe Davis are dealing with ACL tears. Josh Allen with a foot, right finger, and knee injury was a limited participant. Allen says,
I feel good. Honestly, I feel better than I have the last few weeks.
Along with Allen, Terrell Bernard, AJ Epinesa, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, and Greg Rousseau were limited, and Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Matt Prater, and Jordan Poyer did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. A big game for the Sabres as Philadelphia is knocking on the door and will jump them in the standings with a win tonight. Boston and Toronto jump the Sabres, but if the Sabres do in fact win, they'd be able to overtake Boston by points percentage, Toronto by points, and keep Philadelphia down. Puck drop is set for 7:30 at KeyBank Center, and all the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, big news of the week, Mike Tomlin has stepped down as head coach of the Steelers. The Eagles fired offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo, and Greg Roman was fired by the Chargers. The Falcons completed an interview with former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their head coaching vacancy, and NFL Network's Tom Pelissero is reporting the Giants, Titans, and Falcons appear to have the inside track on hiring John Harbaugh for head coach. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
John, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right.
But
have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game. Yeah.
Listen to this jerk.
Sean Payton.
Oh, I'm so ready to beat the Broncos.
Worst.
So ready. They can't lose to this jerk. Come on.
The reporter that asked that question looks like a younger kid. I saw his Twitter account. He went on to say we had a laugh about it afterwards, kind of like deflecting for Payton, who in that clip certainly comes off as a big jerk. We've had two big stories in the NFL in media. The other one was in Jacksonville. The very nice lady who said a nice thing to the coach near the end of the press conference. And
it just feels like Payton, though, his instinct is to be condescending. As condescending as possible. He's just always kind of been that way. Or at least he's been that way at least since he got to Denver. I'm not sure if I remember examples in New Orleans.
Last week he railed on a reporter for not making eye contact.
Yeah. And there have been other instances of that. Like, I don't know. I think he's very easy to root against right now. Totally, like, would be up for, the Bills just smacking them around. And like, Liam Cohen, I don't have any problem with Liam Cohen. So when they beat Liam Cohen, it's like, all right, like, good first year. I respect. Payton is just, something about him. Even that year he was on Fox, same thing. Just the way he would talk. He would scream at Russell Wilson at the top of his lungs on the sideline. Like, not about Sean Payton.
Payton, so the eye contact thing that happened, he was answering a question about ongoing red zone issues, and he said, look, am I ever happy? No, but we shouldn't be as coaches. And from somewhere in the media room, the columnist muttered what sounded like truer words have never been spoken about him never being happy. And Payton heard it and called him out about, like, speak up because you're always here, but you never make eye contact, never ask many questions, but you have a lot to write.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sean Payton, not exactly a root for that guy kind of guy. 803-0550. So, one quick thing. I know what you're thinking. You're out there thinking, they're not going to bring up whether or not they should have knelt the ball on first down against the Jaguars.
Today?
You're thinking,
I was leaving that
you're out
on
there
Tuesday.
Thinking, there's no way they're going to bring that up again, are they? And here I am to say yes, only because of one thing that's really funny.
Get fired up again.
The Bills tweeted out Deion Dawkins.
Yeah.
He was mic'd up for the game. So you got to see in a long video at BuffaloBills.com of Dawkins mic'd up for the game. And they had him mic'd up for that sequence, the 4th and inches, which, by the way, is that 4th and inches where they run it down to the 1 yard line.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the most Oh, yeah, that snap was for the season.
Right.
And
yeah,
we don't really think about that.
If something goes wrong, if something went wrong on 4th and inches, then season's over.
4th and 5.
Right.
But really, they had a snap for the season.
Right.
For the most part. And sure, if they get stopped, they have 3 timeouts. Maybe Jacksonville has to get a first down. Anyway, on that play, they push everybody down to the 1-yard line, and Dawkins is fired up. And Josh gets up and says, we might be down. And they review it, of course, they're at the 1. And then Dawkins, maybe right before the play, he starts talking to the Jaguars line, saying, it's about to be the same play 4 times.
Yeah.
About to be the same play.
Right.
Like, with the tush push, that's the beauty of it. I would get it out of the game. I don't like it. I don't mind quarterback sneaks. I don't like the push from behind. You can do the same thing with sneaks. I think the push from behind I'm not a fan of it.
And I do think it helps. Like, I think the sneak, the numbers of the sneak before the tush push were still very, very good.
Very good.
You do notice a difference, though, whether it's James Cook pushing Allen from behind or Gilliam.
Yeah.
Like, they struggle a little bit when it's Cook. But when it's Gilliam, it never fails. And it's usually never even that close.
Same play 4 times. Same play 4 times, Dawkins says. And then, of course, they score on the first one. So it was funny. Like, you could tell if there were a vote, should we get rid of the tush push? In the offseason, you had all the case made about injuries and linemen are about to get hurt.
Yeah.
Man, linemen maybe not all of them. Some of them got to love that play.
I wonder if the center loves it.
I think Deion Dawkins loves that play.
Yeah.
Like, what's the play? Fire out of your stance and take souls.
Yeah. Right.
It's about to be the same play 4 times, he shouts, multiple times.
Think they'll vote against it again?
I do. In fact, it was pointed out that you think Jacksonville wishes they could go back and vote against it because they did not vote against it.
Right.
If Jacksonville votes against it, it's gone. Instead,
because it was that close?
I think it missed by 2 or by 1.
I thought it was by 2.
Okay, maybe 2.
So Jacksonville and a friend.
Jacksonville and one friend had to vote, and it would have been gone.
Yeah.
And then the play that...
And then what do they run on 4th and 1? They probably still sneak it.
They sneak it, but they might not get 10 yards. Like, sneaks...
The thing about sneaks, though, like when Brady used to run the sneak, Brady was amazing at the sneak, and that was never a tush push. But Brady would get low. And he would dive down.
And sometimes he would get 3-4 yards.
And Hurts does that too, right? Like, Hurts gets really low. Josh does not run sneaks like that. Or at least he does. Like, he's straight up. Like, part of the reason Osiris Torrance is able to grab him and, let's go down to the 1 is because Josh is standing straight up on those plays. He's not putting his head down and, lunging forward.
I wonder how much of that is by design. Carry me.
Maybe, right.
Come on, let's go. Yeah. The push.
The Eagles' tush push would never result in that play because Hurts is too low. He's getting down to the ground. There's no opportunity for a guard to grab Jalen Hurts and let's go for 6 more yards.
Yeah.
It will always only be 1 or 2 yards. Whereas with the Bills' tush push, because the way Allen does it, it also makes me think that if they got rid of it, would he sneak differently now? I don't know what they would do in 4th and inches.
They mentioned on the broadcast how last year Steve Spagnuolo said they like to run it to the left, and the Bills ran it to the left multiple times.
I also wondered right before they ran that play, I asked a buddy, do we think Joe Brady's got the stones to run something off of the tush push? Like a fake, like a play?
Oh, like the 4th and inches could have been a fake tush.
Fake tush, pop back. And he's like, no chance.
That would be...
Because that's the ultimate, if it goes wrong... Man, you're fired on the spot.
It would be referred to as the cutest of cute plays in the history of cuteness.
Right.
Don't get too cute. I'm an inch away from my 6'6" quarterback falling forward, and I'm going to do a little pop pass.
Fake. Yeah.
Maybe on 3rd down, but
not on 4th.
Yeah. Matt in West Seneca has a push-tush call. Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys. You were talking about the video from Deion Dawkins and how he told them straight up 4 times in a row, we're going to run this. And when I played in high school, West Seneca West, we had the same call, but it was called a 2-wedge, which basically was just right up the middle. Everybody just stepped inside and push. And I played right guard. It worked so well against the one team that we played. We ran it 12 times in a row down the entire field until we were in the end zone. And I'll tell you, playing right guard, it was the best play. Whenever we heard 2-wedge, it was like, it's on, baby. We didn't miss yarder, too. It was the best.
Nice. What the next drive, did you go back to it? I mean, why stop at 12?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there were some scouts there for some of the receivers to get looks, I guess. I don't know. But I just remember it just kept working. We kept gaining 3 yards, 4 yards, 3 yards, 4 yards. And it was like, why are we stopping? Like, we just kept calling it in. Like, we're just going to keep running it. And the coach was loving it. And it was great. I just remember just pushing it all the way down the field. They could do absolutely nothing to stop it.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt. Thanks for the phone call. 12 times in a row. Shout out West Seneca West.
Nice.
Are the other members of the offensive line listening? Could they be? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We should ask them who it was against. 803-0550. We'll take a break real quick. When we get back, we'll check on what's going on in the chat. Maybe you haven't ever heard that before. We, of course, stream on YouTube. We got a lot of folks in there just firing off takes as we have our conversations, and sometimes it gets wild. Yesterday, they were talking about traveling to Antarctica. Sometimes that's what happens.
Yes.
It's like a stream of consciousness off of the show that happens in the YouTube chat, and every once in a while, we got to dip our toes in and find out how it is in there. We'll do that. We'll talk with Joe Marino coming up at the top of the hour. Think of the chat kind of as like the new Weiner line. People just write whatever they want. Who knows what it's about? Joe Marino, top of the hour here on WGR. Oliver, he, of course, it's the biceps injury that forces him out. A couple weeks ago, there was a knee scope as well. Where is he, Sal, in terms of like whether it's what the coaches say about him or what he says about his ability to possibly play?
So he's only listed as bicep on the injury report, but yes, he did have the knee scope, right? And obviously that's something. Then maybe who knows? I mean, could be also, but either way, we know that those two things happened. He says he feels good. He said, the thing about him though is he said yesterday he did the walkthrough and he felt good. He said, but we'll see where it goes. He's got to get through today's more of a full day for these guys. It's a regular practice. So a lot will be determined today, guys, how they get through today's practice. Yesterday was a walkthrough. That goes for Curtis Samuel. That goes for Ed Oliver. The other guys who are limited. Like today is a much bigger day. How they get through today's practice, how they feel. Ed just really I think one thing about Ed Oliver people have to understand, he is a football junkie. He just wants to play football. He loves football so much. He wants to be out there. He just wants to go out there and play. And if he could play, if you're telling him that you're close to playing, no, I'm going out there, right? Like if it's up to him, he's playing. You know what I mean? But he's got to get through it, and he understands what the protocols are for him to kind of be ready and know that he can't hurt his team either.
The receivers have been a massive talking point for like 9 months, right? We know that, but I can't even really get to how they can we be mad about who the receivers are if most of them are hurt, right? Like,
well, I mean,
you could be mad about Coleman as a bad pick, but Coleman has a redemption story here that's possible. I was thinking yesterday that like you could have Diggs' career arc, which was be amazing and then falter at the end, and you are remembered as get him out of here, he's a bum.
Right.
You could have 2 years of being score 3 touchdowns in 2 games, and that guy can be the mayor as far as I'm concerned. Like, you know?
I think you can be, I mean, if they don't produce on Sunday and they're all, the 4 guys that are going to be available to you are all healthy. Like, I'll still think there is room to say, all right, like the guys you invested in let you down. Because there is a level of investment in
Shakir,
3 of the 4 at least.
And Coleman.
You've got your biggest free agent ad at the position from last year in Curtis Samuel that will be on the field for you.
Mm-hmm.
You have Shakir, who you threw a $15 million contract at. And you have your highest draft pick that you spent on it in Keon Coleman. Cooks, you can throw him away if you want because he showed up in November. But we know how necessary he's been and how he's given them something that they didn't have before. But I really would only want to make it about the other 3. And if they're all healthy for the next game and maybe they make it past that and that's the thing that lets them down, I'll still want to say, no, like you had the guys that you invested in other than Palmer.
Yeah.
Like the guys that were a part of your plan to be good at the position were all there except for Josh Palmer. And like, to me, right, if you want to catch the ball and guys get open, then this is what you were relatively going to have anyway. It's more about Shaver showed up and was able to be an NFL player for them at the bottom of the roster, and Gabe Davis showed up in the middle of the season. Like, nothing against those guys, but they are not big investments by this team.
Right.
Give me one. You want one? I know he hadn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy, and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something. Sometimes referred to as the bullpen, sometimes referred to as the chat, our YouTube chat. We are streaming on YouTube and Twitch. And you can join us on either of those. And at any time, make a comment. Antarctica yesterday. Was it yesterday? The discussion about going to Antarctica?
Yeah.
The people listening to the show, just listening, watching us on their televisions or computers, and just talking on the side about, like, how do I go to Antarctica?
Yeah, it's quite something what goes on in there.
It's like the third most popular search engine in It's Google, and then whatever second, and then the chat. Yeah. Just ask the chat.
Right. Exactly. It's quite a time in there. Even in the last segment, somebody just said "get low," and everybody they got devolved into singing "get low."
All right.
And that's how it kind of goes in there.
There's a question here from Steve. Is tonight a must-win, Sabres and Flyers?
So, great question.
Don't answer it.
I don't know if you guys have looked at what the standings look like right now. Philly is right below them. Buffalo is right there with Toronto. They're 1 point behind Toronto.
Uh-huh.
They can pass Boston on points percentage with a win tonight and keep Philly below them. It would be massive. Like, to me, this is as big a Sabres game standings-wise as there's been in many years.
Okay. If they were not to get points tonight, what would tomorrow be?
Definitely must win. How about that?
A definitely must win. That's another level of a must win.
Joe doesn't want to say the term. He doesn't ever want to use it. He's
I don't want to
use
it. I don't want to use it.
No accountability for this team, according to Sneaky
And
Joe.
also, Philly, the first original must-win that failed was a Philly game.
And
then the first must-win that succeeded hit our parlay was a Philly game.
I'm just playing the game. This team over, they've got a rep over the years that when the pressure's off, they're a better hockey team.
Listen, if in fact they lose to the Flyers tonight, like they just drop back into a tie with Pittsburgh and they're in 10th.
Right.
Want to stay in.
Yeah.
When we talked about it with Lindy yesterday, he said, like, these games, a win or a loss, you're in or you're out. You're kind of it's like a golfer on the cut line. Bogeys, birdies.
Right.
You don't want too many bogeys and falling far enough behind that cut line where you're not going to get back. So, listen, you get the occasional loss to Florida. You lost the game in the third period. Okay, it happens.
Right. You didn't get any help in the out-of-town scoreboard yesterday. A bunch of overtime games.
And there was the first loss against Columbus when they got hammered off the 10-game win streak. Paul made a comment online, which I thought was fair. Like, this, people are freaking out like this team hasn't won 10 in a row. And I had the thought, like, that's fair. However, they earned the right for us to be mad if they lose.
Yeah.
This is the normal life. Normal life is not despondent, just apathy. Normal life is it's Wednesday against the Flyers. You can win this game.
I wrote in my article about last night's game, this Sabres team has earned the right for us to be upset at them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah, the normal upset, not the sell the team chance upset.
Exactly. Upset, you're better than that. We know you're better than that, and you can win that game, and it was there for you. And, we can have those conversations now, and they matter. And it's, I thought that was significant, so I wrote it. The same thought last night. They have worked hard enough and gotten themselves to a place where we can be mad at them about a loss in a way that isn't just general organizational fury.
Right. Money Puck has the Sabres to make the playoffs at 43%. Ooh. Pittsburgh 49%. Philly 49%. This is it's not, there aren't really divisional matchups, but if you're going to make it, this is probably a team you got to finish ahead of, so you got to get points.
Yep.
Got to find a way.
You know what is amazing too? The Atlantic Division, after I thought and many thought this division stinks this year, and it did kind of begin that way. In the last however many days, their last 10 games each, the top 5 Atlantic Division teams are 46-4.
Tampa's won 11 in a row.
Yeah. Buffalo, Toronto, Montreal, Tampa, Detroit. They are combined in that stretch 18-1 against the Western Conference with a combined plus 73 goal differential.
Yeah, and we're also
they are walking all these out of town games, and the Sabres are doing the same thing. If you're a Detroit fan watching the standings. All the Atlantic teams are just beating everybody.
Yeah.
Not only that, we're back to the life of 3-point games stink. Lightning over Penguins in a shootout. Mm-hmm. Caps over Montreal in overtime. The very stupid NHL scoring standings format that has some games worth 3 and some games worth 2. The Sabres are going to have to start going to overtime. The game against Florida, there's 15 minutes left, and I am in get-a-point mode. Make it a 3-point game.
I thought that was a little bit of a problem, the way they played that third period, where it looked to me like the first 10 minutes they were playing for the tie, which I said to Paul in the intermission, I'm happy if they can get this to overtime, but I don't want them playing like that. I don't want them sitting back and trying to just kind of get it there. Try and win the game, and you'll be fine because they're winning a lot of games. You'll either win it or you won't. And I would have liked to see them just play the game.
I think that strategy makes more sense if they get to a lead in the playoffs.
Exactly.
If you're 5 points up on a bunch of teams and you want to start playing conservative at the end of games and take a 3, that hurts the other team that's trying to play catch up more than it hurts yourself.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you found a way to go to overtime in every single game you play the rest of the way, which of course is absurd, you're not going to do that, there are 38 games left.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't do that yet because right now you're behind.
But if you just got to overtime 38 times, you'd have 90 points.
But I think playing for...
That's not enough, but are you going 0-38 in overtime? Or am I going
I see what you mean.
10-28 in overtime? Because if I do that...
That's 100.
Yeah.
Playing that way is a dangerous game.
You might say that. Playing that way is playing for pars. In the league specializes in, if there are 10 minutes left in a game, I'm telling you right now, go to overtime. But take it every night.
But in reality,
if it's a 3-2-1 system, gun for 3.
Yeah.
But if there's 10 minutes left, you should be. If there's 10 minutes left, I would take. I'm telling you right now, 15 games going to overtime right now, rather than shooting for the win, because I can still win it in overtime.
You can, but it's harder to make up ground on teams if you're behind.
And that's right. You don't want to do it against the teams you're playing with.
Right.
That's what I mean.
So fair enough. Against Philly, you don't want that. You want the regulation win.
Exactly.
But against against Tampa, take it.
We got to pick our East teams that we're not going to care about. And right now, Tampa is going to be above the Sabres. That's just reality.
Carolina, the Islanders.
And then I would say the couple teams at the bottom, like Columbus and the Rangers. I don't care about them right now. If they play tonight against Toronto or Boston, I'm rooting for Columbus or the Rangers, and it's not even close.
It's also worth noting the Sabres have been brutal in overtime.
Yeah.
They had a long stretch of not winning games that went to overtime or shootouts. Hopefully that changes. All right, Philly tonight, big game. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast on Josh Allen at his best. The receiver issues due to the injuries and the Broncos matchup. We'll get to Joe coming up here on WGR.
So what are they really losing? I mean, we can include Davis in this as well, Sal. I mean, Shavers has not been a large part of the pass attack by him catching the ball, but we were talking about earlier, like his role when they throw screens and his role in the run game, like him and Davis both doing that job at times and both being out, like it maybe makes it tougher that they're both out at the same time.
Oh, for sure. So, I mean, look at just some of the blocking that you see Tyrell do. I mean, we've talked about him. You've seen him on TV. They've highlighted him and how good he is in the run game. I will tell you this. I had a conversation recently with Aaron Cromer, who told me just how important Tyrell Shavers is to what they do and how much he was really praising him. And you heard Sean McDermott praise him and talk about him and how much, he's important to what they do. So, look, I don't want to understate it or overstate it, right? Because it's a wide receiver in the run game. I totally get it. But that's the Bills' identity. That's what they do. They're really good at the run game. They try to be a really great run team, and he's a big part of that. And then you add on the fact that that's a big thing, part of what he does. You're losing two really important players there. And I do wonder if, philosophically you have to change a little bit here, because what happens is you put a receiver on the field, teams can't just go base defense all the time. But now all of a sudden you have a guy that's a little smaller, and these receivers help out in blocking. And then the screens, you brought up the screens. Look at the screen that Khalil Shakir had early in the game. There was one where he catches the ball. It's on the Bills sideline. I mean, Tyrell's making a great block to get him, instead of 3 yards, he gets like 7 or 8 yards. Those little kind of details matter. So, so they bring back Christian Wilkerson to the practice squad. He is more of a big-bodied receiver. Like, he's more that type. So I think they need a little bit of that, on the roster. They do have Curtis Samuel, his 21-day window opening, and he's practicing. They have Nicole Hardman on the practice squad. These are not the same receivers. So that's why I wonder, do they go into this game and say, okay, we just have to have a bit of a change of philosophy in how we're going to run and with these guys and what we're going to do offensively? It's going to be interesting.
Would you think it's a combination of Keon Coleman and Wilkerson that are doing a lot of that dirty work?
At this point, Joe, I'd be surprised if Wilkerson is playing.
I asked Joe during the update here, Joe DiBiase, I'm like, how do you do strike through text on Twitter? Yeah. Because I got a real clever post, everybody. I'm just waiting to fire it out, but I can't strike through on Twitter. I can in my other applications and text boxes.
Yeah, I only see bold and italic.
But I can't do strike through. So I'll just have to say it, and this will be me saying a tweet. So it's strike through. Everybody eats, and then in bold, everybody's out. How do you like it? Like, no more everybody eats. Now it's everybody's out.
Yeah.
Tyrell Shavers and Gabriel Davis both with torn ACLs. And the Bills' injury report is getting lots of people to get a little bit nervous about this game now. Like, I was confident, and then the injury report came out, and now I'm less confident. And I get that. It can feel overwhelming when there's that many injuries.
Did you see the Broncos injury report yesterday, by the way?
No, let me guess. They're all super healthy.
There's 4 guys listed. 3 were limited. 1 on the report was a full participant, and that's it.
Hey,
they have a single guy, at least it's on the roster, like Dobbins isn't there, but they don't have a single guy on the active roster that missed practice yesterday.
Nice. Hey, bye weeks help,
Yep.
Get healthy. They didn't have to play all the way to the bye week, but bye weeks help because you play one less game, and Denver got
The Bills returned to practice yesterday. They held a walkthrough practice gearing up for their divisional round matchup with the Broncos. Coming up Saturday with kickoff set for 4:30. We got an updated injury report yesterday and major injury updates from Sean McDermott as well. Tyrell Shavers was confirmed to have a torn ACL after further testing, so both he and Gabe Davis are dealing with ACL tears. Josh Allen with a foot, right finger, and knee injury was a limited participant. Allen says,
I feel good. Honestly, I feel better than I have the last few weeks.
Along with Allen, Terrell Bernard, A.J. Epinesa, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, and Greg Russo were limited as well. Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Matt Prater, and Jordan Poyer did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Around the NFL, big news of the week, Mike Tomlin stepped down as the coach of the Steelers. The Eagles fired offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo, and Greg Roman was fired by the Chargers. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the Giants, Titans, and Falcons appear to have the inside track on hiring John Harbaugh for head coach, and the Falcons completed an interview with former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their head coaching vacancy. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Every year there's injuries. You expect the injuries. It is a part of the game, and the amount we've had this year it's significant. But what I need to focus on, what we need to focus on, is what's right in front of us today, and that's handling the things that we can handle and control what we can control, which is obviously this walkthrough today we're about to have here in a few minutes, and it's next man up. That's pretty stone cold what it is and what has to happen here for us in about 5 days here.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott, the injury report, it is long. Learned yesterday that in addition to Gabe Davis, a torn ACL, Tyrell Shavers, a torn ACL that he played through a bunch of in the win over Jacksonville. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase, good morning. It is Wednesday, kind of your Bills Wednesday here.
Warm Wednesday.
Before
a freezing Thursday.
Sabres play the Flyers tonight and the Montreal Canadiens tomorrow as the homestand continues. Then the Wild on Saturday afternoon before we get to Bills Broncos. On Wednesdays at 8 o'clock, we talk with the host of Locked On Bills, Joe Marino, who joins us on the Western Hotline. Joe, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Good to be on with you.
We're back with another, game recap and game preview, and as long as we're keeping that cadence going, we're going to be happy. So, looking back at the Jacksonville game, Joe, I know you've studied the L-22. I think a couple things come out of it, and it's maybe number one, how surgical and how good Josh Allen was, and number two, what the Bills were able to do schematically, defensively. Sean McDermott kind of throwing the kitchen sink out there. I saw Brett Coleman said he was in his bag, and multiple other reporters and film guys just saying like how impressive a performance it was from the Bills, pretty much across the board. So where would you like to start? We'll start with Allen and how good he was, because, of course, he's always a star of the show.
Yeah, let's definitely start with Josh Allen, who was masterful against the Jaguars and, doing so without really a lot of help from the run game. Now, the one thing I'll say about the run game is that while it wasn't necessarily beneficial, it wasn't detrimental. And I thought, they were able to get a consistent couple yards, and I think that helped them get into some third and manageables. And then, of course, they were really good on possession downs, and I think maybe there's a story to tell there based on some of the just not taking negative plays. The only tackle for loss that Jacksonville had was the sack on 2nd and 8. That was it. So I think not having negative plays was really important for them kind of staying on schedule. But Josh just really stood out in this game. The completion percentage over expectation being 14%, which is like more than double the next highest player in the wild card round of the playoffs. Didn't have a turnover-worthy throw. Had the fastest average time to throw of any quarterback in the wild card round at 2.46 seconds. Had the highest check down rate at 20% of any quarterback in the wild card round. He went to his first read, the second highest rate of any quarterback in the wild card round. And it really just felt like Josh got back to the player we watched in 2024 that won the MVP, where it was, hey, just do the smart right thing with the football, take what the defense gives you, and then when you want to land those haymakers, deliver. And he did, and certainly made some huge throws down the field. The Brandon Cooks completion was unbelievable, with Devin Lloyd kind of staring down the barrel and slotting that ball down the field. The touchdown pass to Kincaid the throw to Knox to get him down there, the throw to Coleman to set up a touchdown. I mean, it was just haymaker after haymaker, but also within the margins there, just keeping things on schedule and doing the smart right thing with the football. It was one of my favorite Josh Allen performances in a long time.
That Allen throw to Cooks, Joe, like one, where that ranks all time for him, I think it's one of his best throws maybe in his career. Two, when you watch that play, was it odd to you, like the way it was set up? Like Shakir's in the backfield, right? Like were they in? Yep. Is that like what they were trying to do? Was there like a confusion on that play? Like how did you see like the whole as it started?
I wonder if I'd have to go back and really look at it to recall everything, but I wonder if that was a call by Josh because he wanted to have an extra blocker in, and maybe they didn't have a running back on the field. They might have been empty and then motioned him back in. And just wanted another player for the surface. And, of course, the free runner comes from the other direction because they slide right. And so Deion's 1-and-1. You got 4 for 4. So Edwards slides to his right to handle the 4 they pick, and then you get a free runner. And, of course, you know, the protection scheme is not what it's supposed to be. But there's Josh Allen once again playing above X's and O's and making an unbelievable throw on a game-winning drive on the road in the playoffs.
Would a good kind of maybe comp for that throw, Joe, be is half of it that Jacksonville, you know he's great, but are the defenders there thinking that Cooks is not even possible? Like I'm feeling like a Steph Curry shooting from the logo level 3. Like what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to defend that? Like nobody should be able to do that.
Yes, I think that's a great call out, Jeremy. So the Jaguars were in Palms coverage, and I'm not going to pretend to know their rules specifically, but when you had the two receivers to that side, the inside, the number 2, the inside receiver ran a quick out, which then the safety is going to drive on that route. So the outside receiver runs the vertical, and the outside corner, Greg Newsome in this case, is supposed to carry that route. With eyes in the backfield, though, I think he sees the free runner at Josh Allen and says he's not going deep. And he squats on that outbreaker and maybe was trying to go after a pick there.
Yeah.
And, well, you got, buddy.
Yeah.
Ball got completed over your head for a big one.
The Bills, of course, get a great push from the offensive line on the Tush push. And, you know, the game just it kind of goes their way thanks to Allen, despite the running game not producing. Khalil Shakir in this game, Joe, you feel like 12 targets, 12 catches. He made big plays after the catch. You know, we saw the screen game that they like to use. There are plenty of fans that think they overuse it. Did you like how it was deployed in this game?
I'm surprised at how effective it was, to be honest with you, because the Jaguars are such a good tackling defense. And, you know, I think you saw that in this game. But I thought the blocking component of it was really outstanding, and you can really give a lot of credit to a bunch of different guys, whether that's Shavers, Knox, Kincaid, Hawes, Ray Davis with a huge block. That blocking was really good, and I think how they set up those opportunities were a little more creative and allowed the blocks to have good angles, but then also kind of get Shakir in some good spots to, you know, where he's not really going to have quick traffic around his feet. And so I think the design was good. The blocking was good. And I felt like they probably needed it more than they wanted to because the run game just wasn't there. And I think some of that was an extension of their run game. And so I think he has 12 catches in the game, and certainly a lot of those were on screens. But what I really enjoyed was some of the down-the-field stuff that also existed with Khalil Shakir. And I think that's so important. When you can kind of threaten shallow but also down the field, that's going to make all of that better. And so it was cool to see kind of the full breadth of what Shakir can do for an offense on display in this game.
Before we get to the defense, the injuries to both Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers. We started the show today, Joe, talking about that, and I want to say, like, I fully appreciate the roles they play, the importance they have to the offense, because these guys play over some other options. That said, I'm not feeling like these are death blows to the offense. So, you know, can we walk a line there? Because they still have a lot of the options that they kind of planned on having coming into the season. You will need Keon Coleman to step up, but Shakir and Kincaid are both going to be there, and Cooks has been a nice addition. And if Curtis Samuel comes back, like, I just don't feel like it's all that far off of what Plan A might have been. So, you know, due respect to Shavers and Davis and their roles, I'm not like folding up, you know, and acting like they can't beat Denver or can't just keep going the way they've been going?
Well, I think there's some truth to what you're saying. None of those are high volume, targets in the passing game. So there's that piece of it. I think that the challenge is more with the blocking component with Tyrell Shavers and what he offers in the run and the pass game as a blocker. A lot of the Shakir stuff is aided by Shavers blocks. A lot of those spill runs that we love from James Cook is because Tyrell Shavers is, attached to the formation and reach blocking and pinning guys inside or widening lanes. So, I think there's that piece is what I think you're going to miss. And, you lose half of your receivers in the last week in Palmer, Davis, and Shavers. And, they're all kind of bigger guys that give you that blocking piece. So that's where I would find some concern. It's not that, hey, Josh Allen's lost targets that he loves throwing the football to, even though they will all occasionally make a play. So I think there's both sides of that. And I think you also find yourself just wondering, like, what's next? They got another game to play on the road, short week, good Broncos team. And, it's like, well, as long as nobody else gets hurt, hurt. That's the consequence of playing in the wild card round. How many times have we seen this where the Bills play in the wild card round and get a bunch of injuries and it complicates the divisional round? Here we are again. And so get the 1 seed. Don't lose to the Falcons. Don't lose to the Dolphins. Make the throw against the Eagles. Don't let Drake May have the game-winning drive. Finish against Houston, right? I mean, that's where my mind goes, is stop playing in the wild card round and putting yourself in a tough spot when you're getting to the divisional round in AFC Championship game. Look at the injury reports. Broncos got 4 guys, right? Yeah. 3 are limited. One's a DMP, and it's not a consequential player. I mean, you gotta take these regular season games. I don't want to say more seriously, but you got to finish so that you can get this 1 seed and stop playing these wild card games.
Right. Yeah, Denver 3 limited and 1 full, actually, I think. Franklin Myers was full participant. So even better for them.
Right.
Yeah. On the defensive side, Joe, like what happened against Jacksonville, but also like while we're kind of on the injuries, like that Poyer injury, I wonder how big you think it could be. They looked like they picked on Hancock a little bit, but what about overall? Like how impressive was the game plan and the play calling from McDermott and Babich in that performance?
Is outstanding. Really, really good disguise intentions. And Trevor Lawrence, I think he's a really talented quarterback, but he's the exact type of quarterback that you can fool. He's got a bad relationship between a high percentage of throws to his first read and also being a slow-triggered quarterback. So he's top 10 in throws to the first read, but he's bottom 10 in average time to throw. That's a bad world to live in. And disguise elements against a guy like Trevor is a guy who has always struggled with processing tempo. Boy, it puts him in a tough spot. I thought Trevor Lawrence was inaccurate throughout the game, made 3, mind-numbing mistakes. The early pick to Shaq Thompson, the game-sealing pick that Trey White tipped up in the air, and then you got to stay up on that 4th down run. You can't have a turnover on downs that deep into the when you're up against potentially scoring a touchdown. So mind-numbing mistakes, inaccurate throws, confused. I thought Trevor Lawrence got back to the player that a lot of people were concerned about 9 weeks ago.
Joe Marino on the Western Hotline. He had the Locked On Bills podcast. Joe, Lawrence presented a problem. They kind of solved him and the weapons they have there in Jacksonville. Looking ahead to this matchup against Denver, I've got a column here from a Denver columnist saying that they can't win the way that they have played the last 6 weeks. They're like, that Payton is definitely a good coach, but this is a Denver columnist really concerned about Bo Nix in the playoffs and what he can and can't do. So the Bills go in as favorites, which might be a surprise to Denver. This matchup, do you like it better than you liked the Jacksonville matchup, the injuries included?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I hate that it's on the road with 6 days of rest between playoff games and you got a fresh Broncos team, but this is a really unique 1-seed Broncos team. I don't think anyone would tell you they're a dominant football team. They certainly won 14 of 17 games, but that also includes a 2-point win over the Jets, a 1-point win over the Giants, a 3-point win over the Raiders. It took overtime to beat the Commanders and Mariota. They battled the Chiefs in Week 17 when the Chiefs didn't have any players, and Denver's trying to get the 1 seed. So to their credit, they keep winning, but I don't know that you saw the growth that a lot of people wanted from Bo Nix in year 2. Actually, you're be surprised in some of the areas that he regressed a little bit. And obviously defensively, that's kind of the identity of this football team. It's a really good pass rush that they have. They play man coverage on the back end. They got good DBs. And so, that's it's not as much. Certainly, I think every team is going to present challenges, but I think the biggest challenge for the Bills this week is managing that Broncos pass rush and having the right plan under pressure to get the ball out of Josh's hands into the hands of playmakers. And look, Denver's not as good of a tackling defense as Jacksonville. They're not as good of a run defense. Their ability to defend inside run is questionable. They don't have a ton of size up front. So there's a lot of matchup advantages for Buffalo, but it's still on the road, and the rest discrepancy is just unbelievably significant in this one.
How similar do you think they are defensively to last year, Joe? Because they had at least a reputation going into that playoff game, and the Bills had 471 yards of total offense. So I don't know, if someone were to bring that game up to you, how valuable do you think that game is as a blueprint, or at least a game just to have confidence that they could do it again?
Yeah, I've actually looked back a lot of my notes from that game pre and post, and I had a lot of talking points about how I thought the Bills, despite them being metrically a good defense, thought they'd be able to run all over them, and they did. Where I think you have some differences in this Broncos defense this year is the two additions they made, Dre Greenlaw at linebacker and Talanoa Hufanga at safety. And so while they are not a big defense, right, they're a little small. Those two players are hammers, right? Playing downhill. And yeah, Sean Payton, I could talk about playing downhill, buddy. What a jerk. What a jerk. So those players, I think, have elevated kind of that physicality from the second level and the third level. So I think they're better in that regard, but I still think that the Bills will be able to create some movement with their offensive line against this front. And, this is also a defense that takes a ton of penalties, like the most in the league, by far the most defensive pass interference. And so the Bills are going to have to be ready for their corners to play physical and force the issue. And the Bills have never been very good, like over the last several years, of drawing DPIs. But, this is the type of week where you got to be ready for that. And, get your talk to Mrs. Allen about some acting things to maybe get some of those calls to go your way.
Joe, if they get through Denver, which I think a lot of us expect that they will, do you have a preference or might be the same, might be different, a pick what happens between New England and Houston?
Well, I'd love for New England to not make it to the AFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm. Is that because is that just the fear that you don't want to see the Patriots in the Super Bowl kind of thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
I know, because losing in the AFC Championship game is going to hurt no matter what, but you feel like New England would hurt more.
It would hurt more.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. And I mean, certainly you love the opportunity to end their season. Like, that would be so cool. I'd love it. But I almost want to avoid that possibility. The Bills match up way better with New England. I think there's no question about it. Not that Houston's offense presents a lot of threats, but, I mean, come on, that defense is humming. It's phenomenal. I think the Bills can overcome it, but, I mean, it just feels like a monumental task. So I'd probably take my chances in Boston, but you would certainly not love the other side of that coin.
The stakes,
sending
right?
The Patriots to the Super Bowl with Drake May in year 3 or whatever.
I want to think the anxiety or the build-up or whatever to a New England AFC Championship game would almost come over top of the last couple Chief games, right? Like, because the Chiefs have beaten the Bills, so it's like, you went again, congrats. Whereas if New England goes, Joe, it
would be tough.
And on the other side, right, like you almost nullify their division title, kind of, if you were to beat them.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the other side of the coin, which is really good. It's the best possible thing. Also, on the other side is the worst possible thing. So talk about some anxiety that week, but it's really real. It's a big possibility, especially if that Houston offense looks like it did last week against Pittsburgh.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. Find everything Joe does at thejoemarino.com, all the All-22 stuff. Everything he does, great work as always. All right, Joe, we're going to plan on next week, looking back on Denver and looking ahead to be determined.
Looking forward to it, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joe. Joe Marino on the Western Hotline. I get that.
The New England AFC Championship game, the possibility. I think it would just be an 11. I think it would be, again, I said it, I think it would be a higher level of stake than even like the Chiefs.
You're talking about the emotional side of who it would feel good to beat, who would feel bad to lose to.
Diggs and that too, like all of it.
I wonder who you'd be also at the same time be more confident you would beat.
That's why I would rather I know the flip end of the coin of if you lose to New England, it's the worst feeling in the world. I am fine risking that because I'm with Joe. Like, I think New England's a better matchup, and that's got to be priority one. What gives me a better chance to make the Super Bowl? And I think the New England matchup gives them a better chance if they get through Denver.
I might want to. This is a cop out. I might want to ask after I find out how healthy the Bills get out of Denver. There are certain injuries that might change this. Like the Poyer injury is really significant. And if I'm playing against Drake May or C.J. Stroud, like Allen against Drake May without Jordan Poyer might need 30. And
like if
I'm playing C.J. Stroud, without Poyer, that's also bad. But Allen might only need 23.
Like if I told you they lose another defensive back in this game instead of another wide receiver, that could change it a little bit.
Yeah,
because if I lose a defensive back, it's New England might just torch me. Whereas if I lose another receiver, I don't know. I don't know how much it changes. Yeah. Houston might just be a threat no matter what.
Don't you feel like it will take more points to beat the Patriots?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
It'll also be easier to score those points than against Houston. My favorite thing about Houston right now is that the general thought on them is not only that they're great defensively, but that they don't even really have plays. The defense is just like, line up.
Yeah.
That's it.
Line up because we're better than whoever we're going to see.
Their variability of coverage and their variability. There's even you can even do charts how varied a defense is, and Houston's at the bottom, basically clicking one button.
Right.
They're playing Madden, pressing XX. Let's go. Let's play. Just play same defense.
Yeah.
Every time they're that good, that talented. 8030550. Then again, they could lose an important player. You know, it's attrition here. It's a war of attrition in these playoffs, staying healthy. When we get back, you're going to want to hear what the columnist that Sean Payton got mad at about eye contact, you're going to want to hear what he wrote about this Denver team and this matchup because he's not buying what they've got. 8030550 and 1-888-550-2550 on WGR.
And Shavers, I mean, what can you say? He played through it for the second half, and I'm seeing clips around of him blocking on screens and taking guys out, and on the tush push that Allen gets down to the one, he's destroying a guy with a torn ACL. He was able to do that. I thought you weren't able to walk or not able to run at least when you had a torn ACL.
Well, you're usually not able to move laterally. Right? Isn't that the deal? It removes your ability to cut.
So he was just moving downhill and now he's blocking people.
Yeah,
so.
I don't know. I don't know the medical.
Crazy though that he was able to do that.
It's tough.
And you feel for him too because he's not young. Remember, he's 26, and
this is his first NFL active roster year.
Right, and he did the job. I think to show this year, he's not a receiver that's going to scare anybody on defense, but he proved I think he's an NFL player.
Yeah, it could be your last receiver / special teams receiver for 5 years. You would have been good with that.
He could be Mac Hollins. Mac Hollins was this, and he carved out a nice 6-7 year career in the league as usually, the last 2 years actually interestingly been different, but as the fourth or fifth receiver on a roster. And now you're just out till next year, I think.
Yeah.
Well, then not even just till next year. You might be out all of next year. You get hurt in January with that injury. What's your best case scenario? You're back by November? That's a tough one. And now it leaves them with 3 active receivers that are healthy.
The receivers have been a massive talking point for 9 months, right? We know that. But I can't even really get to how they can we be mad about who the receivers are if most of them are hurt, right? You could be mad about Coleman as a bad pick, but Coleman has a redemption story here that's possible. I was thinking yesterday that you could have Diggs' career arc, which was be amazing and then falter at the end, and you are remembered as get him out of here, he's a bum.
Right.
You could have 2 years of being bleh, score 3 touchdowns in 2 games, and that guy can be the mayor as far as I'm concerned. You know?
I think you can be, I mean, if they don't produce on Sunday and they're all, the four guys that are going to be available to you are all healthy. Like, I'll still think there is room to say, all right, like, the guys you invested in let you down. Because there is a level of investment in
Shakir,
3 of the 4 at least.
And Coleman.
You've got your biggest free agent ad at the position from last year in Curtis Samuel that will be on the field for you.
Mm-hmm.
You have Shakir, who you threw a $15 million contract at, and you have your highest draft pick that you spent on it in Keon Coleman. Cooks, you can throw him away if you want because he showed up in November. But we know how necessary he's been and how he's given them something they didn't have before. But I really would only want to make it about the other 3. And if they're all healthy for the next game and maybe they make it past that and that's the thing that lets them down, I'll still want to say, no, like, you had the guys that you invested in other than Palmer.
Yeah.
Like, the guys that were a part of your plan to be good at the position were all there except for Josh Palmer. And, like, to me, right, if you want to catch the ball and guys get open, then this is what you were relatively going to have anyway. It's more about Shaver showed up and was able to be an NFL player for them at the bottom of the roster, and Gabe Davis showed up in the middle of the season. Like, you know, nothing against those guys, but they are not big investments by this team.
Right.
The Bills returned to practice yesterday. They held a walkthrough practice, gearing up for their divisional round matchup with the Broncos coming up Saturday with kickoff set at 4:30. We got an updated injury report yesterday and major injury updates from Sean McDermott as well. Terrell Shavers was confirmed to have a torn ACL after further testing, so both he and Gabe Davis are dealing with ACL tears. Josh Allen dealing with a foot, right finger, and knee injury, was a limited participant in practice. Allen says,
I feel good. Honestly, I feel better than I have the last few weeks.
Along with Allen, Terrell Bernard, A.J. Epinesa, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, and Greg Rousseau were limited. Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Matt Prater, and Jordan Poyer did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. A big game tonight for the Sabres as Philadelphia is knocking on the door. We'll jump them in the standings with a win tonight. Boston and Toronto jumped the Sabres, but if the Sabres were to win tonight, Sabres would be able to overtake Boston by points percentage, Toronto by points, and keep Philadelphia down. Puck drop is set for 7:30 at KeyBank Center, and all of the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the big news of the week, Mike Tomlin has stepped down as head coach of the Steelers, and the Eagles fired offense coordinator Kevin Patullo. Greg Roman was fired by the Chargers. The Falcons completed an interview with former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their head coaching vacancy. And NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the Giants, Titans, and Falcons appear to have the inside track on hiring John Harbaugh for head coach. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
there's a little weirdness to that, but there's a connectivity. You know, you're in a bathroom, it's 10 degrees, and you're kind of sharing some warmth at the moment. You know, maybe that's what it is. But this is definitely there's a little bit out of the box, you know, and.
On WBEN, they talked to the CEO of the Collectible Sports Exchange, where they're going to sell the urinals.
Yeah.
The
troughs.
Sorry, troughs, yeah.
Unless, are they also selling? They're not selling urinals.
I mean, a trough is a form of a urinal.
Just a elongated urinal.
Are there other urinals somewhere in the stadium?
Presumably, yes.
I don't think they would sell those.
Yeah, you're right. There definitely are some.
They can't sell those. What?
Why not?
There's no uniqueness to it. There's nothing. Because if you're selling that, you should be selling everything.
You're selling seats?
Well, yeah, like that's assumed. You would sell the seats.
Selling bleachers.
Who's getting the scoreboard, like the video board? Can I have that?
Isn't it? I wonder if it's
put
like
in my backyard,
those
watch
video
movies
boards that are just like the little squares. So maybe
I
a
want
little
that
square of it.
I want one of the square scoreboard like video boards that are above the press box.
Yeah. All right. I don't know, nothing. A tease going to the break. Mark Hislak covers the Denver Broncos for the Denver Gazette. And last week, after they finished the regular season as the number 1 seed, he asked Sean Payton about, how they're playing. And Payton said he wasn't happy. And Hislak murmured, he muttered up from my seat in the peanut gallery of the media room, truer words have never been spoken. And then Payton kind of got after him. And he went on to write in his column how Payton's a great coach, and it's clear he's worried. The lead to his column is, while the Broncos rope-a-doped their way to a 14-3 record, only a fool believes they can win the Super Bowl this way. And he points out they were booed at home in the game that they clinched the 1 seed.
Against the Chargers.
They beat the Chargers 19-3. The Chargers, of course, played Trey Lance, backup quarterback.
Yep.
The offense did not look good. And he's just
that game was never really like it was a 1-score game until late in the third quarter or early in the third quarter. But still,
he says basically like, I know that the defense is good and the coach is good, but he writes the 7 quarterbacks in the AFC include Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, and Lamar Jackson was not at the time, so he might have been at the time when he wrote this article. Whether you go by eye test or statistical analysis, Knicks ranks dead last. Maybe 6th if we're on a generous curve.
Right.
The Broncos are easy to love, but hard to watch, and maybe that explains why they heard booing in the 4th quarter of a game that earned them the number 1 seed. Can the Bills get them to get booed at home Saturday? Playoff game? Offense booed off the field?
I mean, that would be something.
I bet it.
Yeah. Knicks this year in yards per attempt ranked 30th in the National Football League.
Oof.
Behind Rodgers, Shadur Sanders, J.J. McCarthy, Geno Smith, Tua, Brissett, just everybody.
Just not losing to that.
I really
team.
should have just given you the list of guys he's above. He's above Cousins, Rattler, Fields, Flacco, Cam Ward, and Bryce Young. That's it. From the qualifying quarterbacks on the list that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Man, like he was like you might look at his numbers and go, all right, like actually, 4,000 yards, a good almost 4,000 yards, a good number of touchdowns, but he led the league in pass attempts. He threw the ball more than anybody in football. Actually, that might be a good question. How many guys have ever led the NFL in pass attempts and not reached 4,000 yards?
Wow. I mean, it's probably not a lot.
I bet it's not a lot. Burrow was that last year, and I think he went over 5,000. So it's not an efficient pass offense. And I did think early in the year, like they looked like a decent, good power run team. Like Dobbins was good. Just from having him in a bunch of fantasy leagues. I know like he was over 5 yards per attempt. He was having good games for them. And since he's exited, they just don't have that element. So what scares me on offense? Like nothing, unless Sutton's going to body one of your corners and catch like a contested pass for 50 yards. I just don't think it's a good offense at all. They kind of remind me of the Eagles.
Yeah, maybe.
A little bit.
With less talent.
Yeah.
Offensively. The quarterbacks maybe on par, maybe Hurts probably better.
Yeah.
The receivers are like Sutton and, Alan in the car. Alan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to mention something. Last week we talked about Jacksonville, and both of you thought that was our toughest out and the two best teams in the AFC. And the one thing I called, Joe, and I mentioned to you that I thought Trevor Lawrence was going to have a tough game. And he did, and you had gone over a lot of statistics. Mm-hmm. And I want to say this, too, about the Denver Broncos. I was looking at the Broncos over the last 8, 9, all the weak teams they beat. The only weak team that they really hammered was Cincinnati, and that was without Joe Burrow. They went to New York and almost lost to the Jets. They almost lost at home to the Giants. Remember that great comeback they had in the fourth quarter?
Yep.
They almost lost to the Titans. The Titans had them down. And I looked at it and I said, wow, how is that possible? Well, that's how I feel about this game. I feel so much better about this game. And even though I thought that they were going to beat Jacksonville, I was very nervous about that game. Because of you don't know with Trevor Lawrence's last 8 games. Everybody's saying he had an MVP 8-type games and all that. My next question for you guys is, I don't understand something. Maybe one of you could shed light on it. The spreads. I looked at about 10 different spreads. FanDuel, Caesars, they all had Buffalo 1 to 1.5, BetGM, and all those. Only one site. 2 sites, ESPN and DraftKings, had the Broncos -1. I don't understand how all these other sites wouldn't you'd rather go. I mean, I don't know. How does that work? And my last question is, without Shavers and Davis, I don't think, like you, Jeremy, that's going to be a big miss. But wouldn't you rather have Dawes in that position to block? I know he's a tight end, but he's supposedly one of the best blocking players on the team. And I'll hang up. Those are my 3 comments. Take care.
Well, I mean, Hawes is not going to go like out wide to block where Shavers and Davis would be. Shavers and Davis give you the look that you could throw to them, even though you don't throw to them that much. Hawes is on the field sometimes, yes, in place of that. You might go to more 13, 3 tight end sets than you have in weeks past. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, but he's not. If the idea is he's going to line up out wide and block for you, to me, you're just not. It's not.
Well, here's the thing:
you got to have some versatility to go out there and run a route. Like Shavers is out there, and most of the job is blocking. But all right, he runs a comeback route in the first quarter, and the drive is moving from inside your own 5-yard line because he beats the corner and makes a catch. If I'm just putting a guy out there that will never do that. I think you're allowing the defense then to shade a lot of coverage to the other side because you just got a zero-threat player that's out there just to block.
Not just that, but blocking in line and blocking out wide are different skills.
Right. Yeah, that's true too.
Blocking in line is fire off the ball and hit your guy, or locate the linebacker. And all of a sudden, I got him out wide on Patrick Surtain's not going to run past him.
Right, in open field. Blocking in open field is different.
It's going to be a little bit different of a skill set. Yeah.
By the way, I found it. So there have been 4 quarterbacks in NFL history that have led the league in pass attempts and had fewer yards than Bo Nix, and that's it. Wow. Elway, Favre twice, and Bledsoe. So you got to go back. In this era, no one has had that amount of pass attempts and had that few passing yards. It was a wildly inefficient year for Nix, even though he got to 3,900.
I think they're going to win.
I think they're going to win too.
I saw someone ask me, how are the Bills going to win this game? Asking me for a scouting report. And I wrote on Twitter, with relative ease. And that was picked up by a Denver television station. So I'm waiting So if the Bills lose, I'm going to get some receipts. I'm going to get some receipts there.
Well, if they're listening, are they going to carve out of context that 50 seconds where we were debating who would like to see the Bills play in the AFC Championship?
Maybe. The entire sports,
they're already looking ahead.
The entire Bills fans. Sports world and Twitter world has turned all sports coverage into receipts, apologies, this idea that you are not Dominic Foxworth. They asked him if he wanted to apologize to Bills Mafia because he just picked the Jags.
Right.
You're allowed to just pick a team and be like, I was wrong. I thought they'd win. It was a close game.
Right.
I'm not sorry. Do I have to be sorry? You don't actually have to.
I think it shows how much respect you actually do get as a team when you are, as a team, I'm sure the Bills are all right, let's put together a video. Let's find people doubting the Bills and let's put up the scoreboard after. And then you're looking around what do we got here? Well, Dominic Foxworth picked them to lose 30-27.
Right.
Well, I guess we'll go with that.
Right.
There's not really that many. There was not a lot out there the Bills are going to get smoked.
Actually, at NFL.com, wasn't that the one where it went 5 for 5 on the Jags? Did they clip that?
I can understand.
Sure. 5 different people, but again, everybody picks.
But the people that are losing them to lose by a field goal.
Right.
When we also expected they were going to have the kicker disadvantage, by the way, which didn't happen.
It's all just receipts and apologies. 803-0550. Speaking of which, when we return, we've got stuff to get to. I've got something at 9:30 for you on Bryson DeChambeau. I want to mention something about the Steelers here that is being mentioned quite a bit on their job opening. You know, we like talking Pittsburgh sometimes. The Tomlin news is, of course, like seismic news around the NFL. And I think the Steelers are, and their fans especially, are making the same mistake they've made for the last 10 years.
So what are they really losing? I mean, we can include Davis in this as well, Sal. I mean, Shavers has not been a large part of the pass attack by him catching the ball, but we were talking about earlier, like his role when they throw screens and his role in the run game, like him and Davis both doing that job at times and both being out, like it maybe makes it tougher that they're both out at the same time.
Oh, for sure. So, I mean, look at just some of the blocking that you see Tyrell do. I mean, we've talked about him. You've seen him on TV. They've highlighted him and how good he is in the run game. I will tell you this. I had a conversation recently with Aaron Cromer, who told me just how important Tyrell Shavers is to what they do and how much he was really praising him. And you heard Sean McDermott praise him and talk about him and how much, he's important to what they do. So, look, I don't want to understate it or overstate it, right? Because it's a wide receiver in the run game. I totally get it. But that's the Bills' identity. That's what they do. They're really good at the run game. They try to be a really great run team, and he's a big part of that. And then you add on the fact that that's a big thing, part of what he does. You're losing two really important players there. And I do wonder if, philosophically you have to change a little bit here, because what happens is you put a receiver on the field, teams can't just go base defense all the time. But now all of a sudden you have a guy that's a little smaller, and these receivers help out in blocking. And then the screens, you brought up the screens. Look at the screen that Khalil Shakir had early in the game. There was one where he catches the ball. It's on the Bills sideline. I mean, Tyrell's making a great block to get him, instead of 3 yards, he gets like 7 or 8 yards. Those little kind of details matter. So, so they bring back Christian Wilkerson to the practice squad. He is more of a big-bodied receiver. Like, he's more that type. So I think they need a little bit of that, on the roster. They do have Curtis Samuel, his 21-day window opening, and he's practicing. They have Nicole Hardman on the practice squad. These are not the same receivers. So that's why I wonder, do they go into this game and say, okay, we just have to have a bit of a change of philosophy in how we're going to run and with these guys and what we're going to do offensively? It's going to be interesting.
Would you think it's a combination of Keon Coleman and Wilkerson that are doing a lot of that dirty work?
At this point, Joe, I'd be surprised if Wilkerson is playing.
I asked Joe during the update here, Joe DiBiase, I'm like, how do you do strike through text on Twitter? Yeah. Because I got a real clever post, everybody. I'm just waiting to fire it out, but I can't strike through on Twitter. I can in my other applications and text boxes.
Yeah, I only see bold and italic.
But I can't do strike through. So I'll just have to say it, and this will be me saying a tweet. So it's strike through. Everybody eats, and then in bold, everybody's out. How do you like it? Like, no more everybody eats. Now it's everybody's out.
Yeah.
Tyrell Shavers and Gabriel Davis both with torn ACLs. And the Bills' injury report is getting lots of people to get a little bit nervous about this game now. Like, I was confident, and then the injury report came out, and now I'm less confident. And I get that. It can feel overwhelming when there's that many injuries.
Did you see the Broncos injury report yesterday, by the way?
No, let me guess. They're all super healthy.
There's 4 guys listed, 3 were limited. 1 on the report was a full participant, and that's it.
Hey,
they have a single guy, at least it's on the roster, like Dobbins isn't there, but they don't have a single guy on the active roster that missed practice yesterday.
Nice. Hey, bye weeks help,
Yep.
Get healthy. They didn't have to play all the way to the bye week, but bye weeks help because you play one less game, and Denver got to play one less game.
so much energy. Obviously, a huge sports city here, and the fact I think they're used to the Bills having playoff success, at least up until the Super Bowl. But Buffalo, we know the story there, man. It's been 13, 14 years since they haven't made playoffs. But with this current win streak and everything they've been doing, it's been positive vibes around here. Pre-game skate this morning was great. As far as Lindy Ruff's concerned, I'm not going to go near him. I talked about potential rumors of him getting canned when they were going through the tough spell at the start of the year, and he gave me the stank eye today. So I'm going to stay clear of Lindy Ruff. This is Lindy Ruff territory in Buffalo. He's a legend here, and I will not be doing any of those interviews.
Sabres Flyers tonight, TNT game.
Yep.
Paul Bissonnette in town. There's a Bissonnette bus downtown. So Sabres and Flyers, that game will be 7:30. Sorry, I should know this. If it's a TNT game, it's going to be 7:30. Okay.
So he had the bus wrapped just for this game specifically.
Biz takes Buffalo. It says.
Yeah. Unless are they gonna reuse the bus the next time they're in Buffalo? They'll take it down, right?
They have 32 buses. It's a very inefficient,
right,
cost-wise, but they got 32 buses.
Some accountant is looking at the budget at the end of the season, like, wait, we spent $50,000 on what?
Yeah,
32 bus wraps.
Quick thought on the Steelers. I love the Steelers. I listened yesterday. I was disappointed Tomlin stepped aside so quickly because when I tuned into Andrew and his co-host to listen at 2 p.m., I only got like 5 minutes of that, and then Tomlin stepped down.
Right.
Then I got reaction.
Right.
And they're dreaming big. And, man, I mean, Sal said, like, it's the Steelers. That's a amazing franchise, amazing history. And my opinion, if the Steelers think they have the best job in the sport, they're making the same mistake that they've made for 10 years. You think something you are not.
Yeah.
What makes it the best job? The uniforms? That there are 6 trophies in the case?
Right.
What makes it the best job? The roster? Nope. The quarterback?
Nope.
The GM?
Nope.
The owner?
That's I said this earlier. I think the only thing, and I don't think this is enough to make them the best job. I think it is only enough to make them not the worst job. The only thing they have is job security.
Sure, okay.
A belief that I have more job security there because they don't fire coaches compared to if I went to go be the Falcons coach.
That's probably right. What happens when a coach in Pittsburgh goes 4-13 his first year,
That's
and
your
then
question.
7-10? Is it just wait? Like Tomlin showed up and they never finished under 500.
It's a good point. Like we don't really know what that owner would do if they had like 4 bad years in a row, or less
two,
than that. Yeah,
or
2
one.
or 3. Yeah.
The idea that Pittsburgh is the best job, like I don't know what the case is. You have cool uniforms. You have 6 trophies. Tomlin,
Right.
Sometimes it was referred to as Tomlin was a victim of his own standard, but Andrew in Pittsburgh always used to lay it out perfectly. What other franchise would accept 9 consecutive years of not winning a playoff game?
Right.
I don't. The Bengals did 7.
It's a good point about the job security, too, because like Tomlin, as we know, never had losing seasons. And Cowher only one time had back-to-back losing seasons in 98 and 99. He went 7-9 and then 6-10. But that was after he had already made the Super Bowl and had 5 double-digit win seasons.
Yeah, like
so you're right. Like they really, if they hired, let's say they hired Flores and he goes 4-12 and then 6-11.
Which wouldn't be nuts, not to say anything about Brian Flores, but
I guess you're right. I wouldn't know what they would do in that situation.
But they can't bring back Aaron Rodgers in their extended handoff system.
No, right.
They don't have any talent at receiver. Their defense is highly overpaid and old.
It's old.
Very old.
Really old.
What makes
Watt, Ramsey, Hayward, like you got guys that are about done. Maybe they're not even the team
What
anymore.
makes it the best job? I think, we're the Steelers, right? Yeah. Yeah, we know. It's not quite on the level of when the Raiders, there's that clip that 98% of you probably never heard. Like the Raiders, there was a show, a morning show or something, an afternoon show, they're arguing about how the brand has been tarnished, and then the guy threatened to fight the guy that said, "What do you?" You ever hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
I think so.
If not,
haven't we played it?
Yeah. I think we might have. We'll have Joe Kelly find it. It's kind of like that. Like the Bills, Russ Brandon once said that the brand has been tarnished, and that is. I mean, Tomlin didn't do it through losing, but the roster is. I don't think the Steelers' brand has been tarnished. They've not had like a cohesive plan in a long time. Their roster is not in any position to win at all. So
where does it rank on the 3 open AFC North jobs? It's certainly not first. It's not over the Ravens. The idea they think it's a better job than the Baltimore job
it's
is
definitely not a better job
nuts.
than the Baltimore job.
It's not even close.
Is it better than Cleveland? Maybe. Cleveland's got more talent out. I don't know about that. Fine. Cleveland's got a better player. If Cleveland wanted to trade Myles Garrett and get draft capital, they'd be better set up to immediately try to get a quarterback. And then,
I would give them it's a better job than Cleveland.
And the whole idea,
but it's debatable.
The whole job is not to be a Tomlin. The whole job is to develop a quarterback.
Right.
If you can't do that, you don't work.
Right.
So good luck to Pittsburgh. I don't know who they'll get. Maybe they get a guy that we think is good, but man, I do not think it's anything close to like some sort of everyone will want that job scenario.
No.
And that, to their credit, though, or at least to their, I don't know what team is. Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Baltimore, Tennessee, Arizona, Miami, Atlanta, the Giants, the Raiders. None of them look great.
No.
Isn't it amazing? All those coaches got fired and Aaron Glenn did not.
I know. That's incredible. He'll get fired next year.
Yeah, probably. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. On Bills Broncos. So I have a feeling about the injuries. Got an idea at receiver? Should they add anybody? Is it just Curtis Samuel season? It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
And Shavers, what can you say? He played through it for the second half. And I'm seeing clips around of him blocking on screens and taking guys out. And on the tush push that Allen gets down to the 1, he's destroying a guy with a torn ACL. He was able to do that. I thought you weren't able to walk, or not able to run, at least, when you had a torn ACL.
Well, you're usually not able to move laterally. Right? Isn't that the deal? It removes your ability to cut.
So he was just moving downhill, and now he's blocking people.
Yeah,
so.
I don't know. I don't know the medical.
Crazy, though, that he was able to do that.
It's tough.
And you feel for him, too, because he's not young. Remember, he's 26. And
this is his first NFL active roster year.
Right, and he did the job, I think, to show this year, okay, he's not, a receiver that's going to scare anybody on defense, but he proved, I think, he's an NFL player.
Yeah, he could be your last receiver / special teams receiver for 5 years. You would have been good with that.
He could be Mac Hollins. Mac Hollins was this, and he carved out a nice 6-7 year career in the league. As usually, the last 2 years actually, interestingly, have been different, but as the 4th or 5th receiver on a roster, and now you're just out till next year, I think.
Yeah.
Well, then not even just till next year. You might be out all of next year. You get hurt in January with that injury. What's your best case scenario? You're back by November. That's a tough one. And now it leaves them with 3 active receivers that are healthy. So what are they really losing? We can include Davis in this as well, Sal. Shavers has not been a large part of the pass attack by him catching the ball, but we were talking about earlier, his role when they throw screens and his role in the run game, him and Davis both doing that job at times and both being out, it maybe makes it tougher that they're both out at the same time.
Oh, for sure. So, look at just some of the blocking that you see Tyrell do. We've talked about him. You've seen him on TV. They've highlighted him and how good he is in the run game. I will tell you this. I had a conversation recently with Aaron Cromer, who told me just how important Tyrell Shavers is to what they do and how much he was really praising him. And you heard Sean McDermott praise him and talk about him and how much, he's important to what they do. So, look, I don't want to understate it or overstate it, right? Because it's a wide receiver in the run game. I totally get it. But that's the Bills' identity. That's what they do. They're really good at the run game. They try to be a really great run team, and he's a big part of that. And then you add on the fact that Gabe that's a big thing, part of what he does. You're losing 2 really important players there. And I do wonder if, philosophically you have to change a little bit here, because what happens is you put a receiver on the field, teams can't just go base defense all the time. But now all of a sudden you have a guy that's a little smaller, and these receivers help out in blocking. And then the screens, you brought up the screens. Look at the screen that Khalil Shakir had early in the game. There was one where he catches the ball. It's on the Bills sideline. Tyrell's making a great block to get him, instead of 3 yards, he gets 7 or 8 yards. Those little kind of details matter. So, yeah, so they bring back Christian Wilkerson to the practice squad. He is more of a big-bodied receiver. Like, he's more that type. So I think they need a little bit of that, on the roster. They do have Curtis Samuel, his 21-day window opening, and he's practicing. They have Nicole Hardman on the practice squad. These are not the same receivers. So that's why I wonder, do they go into this game and say, okay, we just have to have a bit of a change of philosophy in how we're going to run and with these guys and what we're going to do offensively? It's going to be interesting.
Would you think it's a combination of Keon Coleman and Wilkerson that are doing a lot of that dirty work?
At this point, Joe, I'd be surprised if Wilkerson is playing.
The Bills returned to practice yesterday. They held a walkthrough gearing up for their divisional matchup with the Broncos coming up Saturday with kickoff set for 4:30. We got an updated injury report yesterday and major updates from Sean McDermott as well. Tyrell Shavers was confirmed to have a torn ACL after further testing, so both he and Gabe Davis are dealing with ACL tears. Josh Allen dealing with a foot, right finger, and knee injury, was a limited participant in practice yesterday. Allen says,
I feel good. Honestly, I feel better than I have the last few weeks.
Along with Allen, Terrell Bernard, A.J. Epinesa, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, and Greg Russo were limited participants. Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Matt Prater, and Jordan Poyer did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. A big game tonight for the Sabres, as Philadelphia is knocking on the door and will jump them in the standings with a win tonight. Boston and Toronto jump the Sabres, but if the Sabres are able to pull out the win, they would overtake Boston by points percentage, Toronto by points, and keep Philadelphia down. Puck drop is set for 7:30 at KeyBank Center, and all of your action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Mike Tomlin has stepped down as head coach of the Steelers. Eagles have fired offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo. Greg Roman was fired by the Chargers. The Falcons completed an interview with former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their head coaching vacancy. And NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the Giants, Titans, and Falcons have the inside track on hiring John Harbaugh for head coach. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
What a career. For me, first getting introduced to Mike on campus at William & Mary years ago, he was a role model, trailblazer for me in terms of he was one of the captains on our team and a really good football player, and then also a great person who attended FCA, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, stood in the middle of the practice and all up at the end. And I remember Mike announcing that there was Fellowship of Christian Athletes that night to all the freshmen, and I was a freshman at the time. So at that point, you could tell he was going to do great things in his career and his life, and that's what he's done. So true honor and pleasure to be around him.
Sean McDermott on Mike Tomlin, who has stepped down as Steelers coach. The coaching carousel begins. I was looking for what time of year coaches get hired because nobody's been hired yet.
Right.
And I
when
believe
the first one usually comes, at least.
I think it's usually next week.
Yeah.
Because we're going to pare from 8 teams down to 4. Like Jesse Minter is out there, the Chargers DC. He's getting a ton of interviews. Brian Flores getting interviews. I saw Brian Daboll's getting an interview for the Titans job. Mm-hmm. And like Brian Daboll probably still has a look at being a head coach because he grew a quarterback. And then he went to the Giants and it didn't go well, but he still has that. Like that's a big resume builder. Once you say like,
yeah,
I started a quarterback's career and the quarterback is good.
Right.
So doesn't mean you're solely responsible, but I think it's a feather in your cap.
I would still be surprised if he got a job.
Same. I would too.
Like maybe, Tennessee, I guess, because how attractive is the Tennessee job? I mean, it's going to depend if you like Cam Ward. They're apparently one of the final 3 that John Harbaugh's looking at. Harbaugh's apparently looking at the Giants, the Falcons, and the Titans. So if the Titans can get a bigger name, I think they will do that. But it just depends if you like Ward or not. I think offensive coordinator is more likely for Dable, though, by a lot.
Me too. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Bills down a number of players due to injuries. Talked about that quite a bit. Sabres play the Flyers tonight at KeyBank Center. 7:30 puck drop against the Flyers.
A TNT game.
Are the Sabres in a good spot to add if they want to? What I ask, what I'm basically asking is assets, things to move to improve. Are there things to move to improve?
I think so. I think they have probably pieces on all fronts that would be attractive that you could also live without. And that would be the NHL roster, that would be the prospect pool, and that would be your draft capital, right? Like, they're not missing any picks. So there's that. You might feel more willing to trade your first-round pick if you're not, bottom 5 in the standings.
What about if you're hosting the draft?
Crap.
Right, like,
I didn't think of that. I think you should still be willing to do it, even though you're hosting the draft. But maybe that plays into it. The roster would be my question. Like, do they want to add or do they want to make a hockey trade? Do they want, how big do they want to swing? Do they want to go get a rental or do they want to make an Owen Power for an amazing forward type of trade? Like, how big does it get? And where do you feel like you're okay? Like, I would look at both positions right now and feel like they kind of have depth at both, right? Like, maybe you feel like you take one of your defensemen. Byram was a big talking point in the offseason. You want to trade Byram in a pick for someone's really good forward at the top, Panarin. Then am I still feeling okay about how good I am on my blue line? Do I still feel like I have a deep blue line if I make that trade? I don't think you're trading a forward for a defenseman. So no. I think that would probably be the move. Unless, again, you're going, let me throw a first-round pick in Hellenius. Like, you have, I think, enough down below the NHL roster where if you wanted to make a trade like that, find a team that's been really bad this year, that's about to blow it up, and they want to start moving veteran pieces off. And if they're looking for those type of assets, I don't think the Sabres should be afraid at all to do that.
Yeah, same.
So, yeah, I think they're in a really good position to make a deal. They have a GM that's done it before on whether it's picks and prospects for a guy or hockey trade. You're in a place in the standings where I think you're in position to do that. And I think your team, would they be more galvanized by a trade?
Doesn't it feel like...
depend who they would be taking out of the locker room? Like,
that always depends. But doesn't it feel like a great opportunity to do something and the players get the boost by there's belief here, and we're a team that goes to try to be good.
Right, yeah.
Every trade they've made, they never make in-season moves with Kevin Adams, right? It was the last in-season trade. Byram for Middlestat.
And you're not counting deadline, right?
That's what I'm actually looking for.
Okay, like Norris for Cousins, or the other way around.
Sure,
but that's not a trade about that season.
No,
because you're already out of it, and that's more of a trade for the future.
Right, when's the last Byers trade? Greenway
for a second. End of list. That might be it. Didn't they trade? They traded for Eric Robinson once upon a time.
Yeah,
for future considerations.
A buyer's trade where you would say, I've got all these players. And Osland, all right, of all these I'm waiting for all these forwards to percolate. Osland, lock him in. He's the guy now. Josh Doan, he's a guy now. Locking that in for a while. Mm-hmm. And I've got some talent at the top of the lineup. And then of course, they'd be like, well, what are you going to go try and get? Because there's, should I make a trade and what should I go get?
That's like how big a deal do you want to make? Do you want to make the Panarin trade? Do you want to go call the Rangers? They're in last. And he's going to be a free agent. He's probably a rental. So what type of idea are you looking for? Are you looking for something that is going to be on this team for years and is more about the core of the unit? Or are you looking for something to go all in right now?
Well, Jarmo in his initial press conference explicitly said he did not want to do that. But I wonder if things have changed.
They've won a lot of games since he said that.
It's a very different team. Right. It's a very different situation now that I think it would be justified to buy a rental if you want to. And that's a little bit of what we talked about when we first heard those comments and said, I don't love that.
And don't be afraid of it.
Right, because what if we're where we are right now and there's a move to be made and you're not going to do it?
It's also his claim to fame as a successful GM is being a guy that went and tried to do that and held on to Panarin instead of trading him at the deadline. If they hold on, if the deadline comes and Tuch is not signed, I don't want to hear a single word about trading him for some asset.
Not unless you're getting an equal player back that will sign.
Right.
That's the only situation I think you make that deal. When the Panarin stuff came up, I in my head I was like, could they just trade Tuch for Panarin and just swap those two and see how that feels?
Well, and are there players that he might be watching even within the winning streaks and the play they've had recently and think, that's a guy that I'm maybe not in love with being a part of the future. Quinn. And he's not a guy now that is tied to anybody. He didn't draft any of these players. He didn't trade for any of these players. He might look at a guy like Quinn and think, all right, well, he does have 24 points on the season, but I'm watching him game to game, and more plays die on his stick than any other player on the team. So let me trade him now because he's got some value, and it's not necessarily a player that I'm in love with, and I didn't draft him.
Right.
So there's something out here that I like. Maybe there's a guy in another team. I know Panarin's the extreme example of this because he also came from a team that Jarmo traded for him.
Right.
A guy that he has a connection to that is somewhere else in the league. I like that guy more. And it might look like a hockey trade, but more it's a I'm trading an Adams guy for a Jarmo guy.
Right. I've thought about Levi for something like that. Where is he at? He's not been good down there.
Well,
he's struggling down
there. It's so weird to me that Friedman and all the national insiders keep mentioning him something's got to happen with Levi at some point.
No, it doesn't.
Most obsessed AHL player I've ever seen.
Well, that's his agent doing work.
It's that
he's got a hell of an agent.
Or it's just the rep he got when he first got here because they played him right away and made him into what was supposed to be a star.
Right.
And that wasn't how it went.
Well, sure, trade him. He's got value.
I still feel like having Levi is comforting to me because if they don't have him, then what's the next road or pathway to a goalie that might be your long-term goalie?
That's just what they're thinking about.
It's still hoping.
Ellis. That's why he's here.
I know.
That's why he's here, right?
That's how I feel about it too. But
it's the only reason he's still here.
Exactly. You're not holding on to him because you want a guy to fill a roster spot. You don't want a roster spot.
They believe he's a long-term option, else he wouldn't be on the team.
How different is that than what they did with Luukkonen, which was they kept him around forever. Yeah, and all right, is he going to be the guy? He had 50 games, they locked it up. And now we're like, okay.
Well, I
don't know.
They're in a weird spot. That's another place I think a lot about for a trade for them. Because they don't have a clear Levi has not done what you would want him to do in the AHL this year to go, I'm confident that's going to keep working. He has struggled down there. He's been pulled a bunch. His coach called him out. It's not been a good year for him down there. And so, and just like Quinn, like we talked about earlier, Jarmo has no allegiance to him. There's no, I love this guy because I got him in the Reinhart trade. Like, who cares? This is a guy who's playing in the AHL for me right now, who I currently have a guy sitting above him on the depth chart who's with my NHL club who's like the same age.
Mm-hmm.
The Ellis Levi thing is a story, and they have to decide there because you are not going into next year with both those guys in your organization.
Ellis has a better save percentage in his AHL career and NHL career than Devin Levi, by the way, if you care. And they're only 1 year apart in age.
Exactly.
So, like, I'm not saying that is the most exciting idea in the world, but I do believe that's why he's here.
I agree. And I said it yesterday about him. I am in a period where I'm struggling with him a little bit. He's getting away with a lot.
But for the trade conversation, I don't know. That they're not doing that now, right?
I wouldn't think so, but when do you do it then?
The offseason, I think.
I mean, but does Levi's value drop more then?
I'm not even thinking about him. I'm thinking about like, because if you're trading for a goalie, you're removing 2 of your NHL goalies. And Levi doesn't even factor into that equation.
Is that not pretty easy to do if you trade one of them away and you just waive Ellis? That's a pretty easy path to that.
I guess. So that's you can make your big goalie trade.
Right. You trade Lyon with somebody for a premier guy, and you go Ellis. If you get through, you'll go play with Levi, but you're going back to St. Louis.
The right way to do it might be, let's look at their team. They're in a playoff race. Points percentage is there. They have good chances to make the playoffs in most of these sites. What are they good at and what are they not good at?
They're not good at the power play.
They're not good at the power play. Goaltending's not on that list. They're they're a top 10 team in save percentage this year. And goals above replacement, they're pretty good too. So, goalie wouldn't be the place. I know it's annoying they have 3, but they've gotten results there. They're getting results at 5-on-5. Their blue line is giving them results. They're getting results defensively, really, on both fronts.
I had this yesterday. 5-on-5, they're a top 10 team in goals expected. Percentage.
The place that you would look at and say, I need to make a move, what is going to push me over the top to make the playoffs, it is going out and finding a power play specialist. Yeah. You replace Jack Quinn in your lineup with some dude that is Patrick Laine-esque, not him specifically, that's going to sit on the right side, is going to fire one-timers past goalies. Yeah. That's your guy.
Well,
as you say, their goalies are top 10 in save percentage,
or around it now, right?
Is that
I don't know if
is that not the system? If I'm looking at if I give you the 3 goalies and goals save above expected per 60, like how good is the goalie in goals above expected? Luukkonen ranks 29th, Ellis is 44th, and Lyon is not on the list.
Lyon I thought was higher
Lyon's
this year.
Be higher,
I didn't see. Okay, sorry. Really Lyon's 32.
Yeah.
So I'm 29, 32, and 44.
Right.
Yeah. In terms of how good the goalie is at making the saves they're supposed to make.
Versus
that doesn't feel like I'm in a good spot.
No, and Joe is right that right now the results in net are not a problem. The question is whether you think those results will continue to hold up. And that's where I have questions, and I about this season, and I definitely have questions about long term. I don't think that they have a long term answer in there.
No, I don't either.
So you've got to, at some point, find one, because you're not a good team unless you've got at least a guy that is functional back there all the time, or you're a tandem team, and I don't even think they've got. Maybe Luukkonen could be a good tandem guy, like Vegas situation, but they don't have a second guy like that right now. That's healthy. Luukkonen or Lyon has been hurt back and forth. So they don't have that. And so you've got to find an answer to that question. Will it hurt you this year? Maybe, maybe not, because it hasn't yet. But it's going to need to be answered.
803-0550. We got Bruce wants to get a thought in on the Sabres. Hey, Bruce, what's up?
Hey, guys. Perfect timing. I'm glad to be part of this conversation. Thank you for having me. I've been thinking about this a little bit. I got plaques both on the walls from the 05, 06, and 06, 07 signed by both teams or by all the players. And so I've been around this stuff for quite some time. And I've been looking at this trade, and I'm thinking to myself, what do you do that doesn't disrupt the core of this team, the top players on the team, so on and so forth? Maybe you take Ellis, and I'm saying Ellis because some of the reasons you guys already stated. How about Jacob Bryson, a fill-in D guy who can be good on another team, I suppose, and take a number 1 draft pick, package that all together, and get yourself maybe maybe a top 6, top 9 player to fill in, to be a power play specialist or something, as you guys are talking about, or just another power forward, big guy that can bounce people off the boards, that type of thing. But it's a great conversation. Thank you for having me. I'll hang up and listen. We'll go from there. Thanks.
Thanks, Bruce. I just think that package is very, very 3 low pieces.
Yeah.
Ellis was claimed on waivers. Bryson is your 7th defenseman,
Right.
8th. Where is he?
Yeah, he's.
And then a first-round draft pick is the least value it's ever been, maybe, for the Sabres. So, but again, like putting that package together, I don't know who the player's for. I'm with you. I'd be looking to add by the time they get to the deadline.
Stamkos.
They've won 11 oh no, sorry, he's not in. Where is he?
He's Nashville.
Yeah,
Nashville.
he's not in Tampa anymore. They've won 11 in a row. Tampa, huh? How about
Stamkos went out of there.
it?
He's been on the trade bait lists for a while. They have won a few lately.
Bring him home.
But
It's time. It's time.
You want power play?
Yeah, that's a guy.
Just a name.
Want to do a fun off the wall kind of trivia question?
Yeah.
All right, here it is. It's not actual instant trivia.
Okay.
Your phone sometimes will show you a picture like, on this day, on this year, memories, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
January 14th, somewhere in the past, I apparently took a picture of boots I was purchasing.
Okay.
I immediately remembered why. Why do I have a picture of me buying boots on January 14th?
Boots.
Is this ahead of the perfect game?
Yes.
Was this late?
It was tomorrow.
Right.
The 15th.
The perfect game was January 15th.
Okay.
Yep.
So tomorrow is the 4-year anniversary.
Are these
of the perfect game.
Don't you wear like muck boots usually? Are these the muck boots?
I wear muck boots. Because that week we knew it was going to be one of the coldest games in franchise history. Right. Everyone talking about what you should do this, plastic bags on your feet, stand on cardboard, blah, 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 on and on and on. And whoever told me to get muck boots, I got muck boots, and they are where it's at.
Okay.
To keep your feet warm. Little foot warmer in there.
Yeah.
Muck boot, bam. One sock. Ever since, been great at games. So, happy anniversary to my muck boots.
Yeah, the muck boots.
My muck boots, 4 years. I have to go and give them a hug.
It's crazy the wild card game was so late, though. Like January 15th, right?
Yeah.
They did the job, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll need them in the new stadium the same way. Not tailgating.
Tailgating.
You'll still want them for tailgating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I had a thought about the stadium yesterday.
The new one?
Tell me if this is impossible. No, the old stadium.
Oh, okay.
Tell me if this is impossible. Because everyone is like, stadium's closed forever because the Chargers lost. I think probably. Is there any room for a Super Bowl watch party in the old stadium still?
That'd be cool.
Because a lot of teams do that.
A lot of teams do that.
Do we think the Bills wouldn't, though, because it's already, it's over? Or is the stadium still open enough and it's still mechanical enough that they could still have people in there and put the game on the scoreboard? Or would you say the scoreboard is not up to that task?
I was going to say the scoreboard might be an issue there.
Just the sizing of everything and all that, yeah.
Like, there's no chance, so we think there would be no chance? Maybe they do it the arena?
I think that might be
The
a better
arena
shot.
More likely?
Yeah, more likely.
These are good questions. The arena.
Arena over the old stadium?
Have you
the new
ever-
stadium's not ready, or else I'd just say that'd be your best test event ever.
Yeah. Have you been to, what's the biggest watch party you've ever been to?
The arena for the Winter Classic watch party, I think, for me.
When the Sabres played in Citi Field?
Yeah. No, for the Winter Classic.
Oh,
I wasn't at the Winter Classic.
I didn't even know they had a watch
party. They had a
party.
watch party, and I think the lower bowl was pretty darn full.
All right.
But that's not the whole arena. Have we ever had the whole arena filled for what about the '99 finals? Someone would have to call in and tell us.
When they're in Dallas?
Yeah, would they have? Yeah. They probably would have had that, right?
I would think so. It was maybe in the plaza.
Listen, should the Sabres, is it possible to have a watch party after their game on Saturday?
Oh, keep people
The
around.
game's at 4:30.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
so
would be
you
pretty
stay here.
The Maple Leafs did this in the World Series. They had an afternoon game in Toronto, and then there was hey, stay here, watch the World Series game. And they had a World Series watch party after the Leafs game ended.
I mean, Bills Broncos is the game on Saturday is going to end at 3.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that'd be really cool.
It'd be a long time to spend in the arena.
From 12, let's say you get there 12,
till
and you're there
8 p.m.
until 8 p.m. Yeah.
It's a long day.
It's a long day.
You can bring food in there, can't
Big,
you?
How about
Can you?
No.
I don't think you can bring food
Bring
into the
food
arena.
into the arena.
I mean, you could bring it into the stadium. Right?
Yeah, stadium, yes.
Yeah.
You could bring you could bring protein bars.
Can
and
you
stuff
bring a
into the
bag of
arena.
spaghetti into KeyBank Center? This is a question.
I can bring protein bars into the arena, but I can't bring a bag of spaghetti. I don't know. Can I bring a sub in?
Is that breaking the rules to bring those protein bars in, or is that just you're allowed to?
I mean, they're just in my pocket.
Right.
You're saying I'm not supposed to be doing that?
You're probably not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, probably,
I would
probably
think
not.
I'm
A lot of times foreign food is frowned upon.
Why is it different than the stadium?
because it's way smaller and there's way more access to the food in the arena.
It's the same food, though.
You said that so confidently. Like,
Yeah.
that's the difference.
Listen, this is the guy that thought that chicken wing was telling us real decibels.
Get out of here.
The stadium, in the
You
arena.
might be right.
Can't
You're
be
just very-
trusted.
You're just very confident.
Because
it's bigger. Because it's bigger.
These two are on like a 6-month suspension of opinions on how the arena works.
I agree with that. Alt Joe is on a 10-year suspension for
maybe
the money
tailgate?
line bet on the Steelers.
Tailgate has something to do with it?
I don't know.
You're allowed to tailgate for Bills and not for Sabres.
You could tailgate in the parking garage.
I
can't you?
walk into the
There's
stadium
signs that
with
say no tailgate.
I can walk into the stadium
What
with
are
a
you talking about?
turkey sub, and you're telling me I can't walk in with a Nature Valley bar to the arena?
I have no idea. If they patted you down,
Listen, you're out of here, bud.
If you put those Nature Valley bars in a diaper bag, you can get it in. No questions asked.
Yeah, I mean,
let me tell you that.
Easy.
Back to the watch party thing. I've been to 2 giant watch parties. One, the first one I went to, when Syracuse played Mississippi State in the Final Four with a chance to go to the championship game. They won. There were like 10,000 people in the Dome watching that. That was amazing. Basketball, a very good watch party kind of crowd. Then the other one is when the Netherlands played Spain in the World Cup final. I watched that with 80,000 people in Amsterdam.
Whoa.
That was less fun because it was every bit as horrible as you could imagine 80,000 people would be in one spot. You're like watching the game, think, I got to go to the bathroom, and you look, and it's 100 yards away, and that's going to take you an hour to get there, and you're never going to see your friends again.
Yeah.
You're not going to find them. I'll be back. No, you won't.
Yep. See ya.
No, you won't.
Yeah.
I did. Probably the biggest one I was at was the Jets game, the first Jets game this year. I watched at Borderland. The Borderland
Oh, yeah,
Festival.
yeah.
That was fun.
That's right.
I don't know.
It is this watch party idea.
You know, someone did point out, like, if you were like a Super Bowl watch party, if you wanted to go to something like that, as much as doing it in the old stadium would be very cool, he mentions, like, the video difference. The difference right now between watching the game on the stadium scoreboard versus the brand new Jumbotron with all the LED whatever in the arena, like, would be a massive difference.
Yeah, that's
a huge upgrade.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Are we going to be too stressed out to watch it with that many people?
I was
If they
thinking
make the
that
Super
too.
Bowl, are you going to be like, what will those 2 weeks be like? I'll have to lean back on the people that watched in the 90s and say, how did you get through it? 2 weeks. What do we do?
Lord help us.
It's also indoor versus outdoor. You have to dress for the cold.
The Pro Bowl will get you through.
The Pro Bowl games.
The games. No, I'm kidding.
Add a month to his suspension.
I just can't believe.
We'll tack it on.
I can't believe we were the last suckers on earth to money line bet the Steelers. I just can't believe it. Still.
The Steelers.
We could swing it that we were the straw that broke the camel's back, and he stepped down, though.
We jinxed them.
We did.
They didn't need jinxes, though.
No.
803-0550. Of course, Bills Super Bowls, 3 of the 4 were 2-week breaks. One of them was the next week.
Would you bet right now Tomlin will ever win another playoff game?
No.
You wouldn't?
No.
All right. Because he'll coach again.
I wouldn't.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure about that.
I did see someone point out that if he goes and does the take a break, do a year of TV, that's exactly what Bill Cowher did, and then he just never went back to coaching.
That's also what Bill Belichick did, and then Bill Belichick never came back.
And Sean Payton, right?
Sean Payton took a year off. He was suspended. Then he took a year off because he was under contract with the Saints, and they still had to compensate them. It was so funny yesterday listening to Andrew in Pittsburgh suggest the Steelers might get something in a trade. Imagine being the team that trades for Mike Tomlin.
Right.
All right. He's been a great coach. He had a great career. And, I mean, the Steelers just – it's going to be weird without him there. We'll see where he goes. If he goes to Miami, I would say great. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring on, I don't know, any of this stuff. Spaghetti in the arena, watch parties. Yeah. Bills and Broncos on the way Saturday, 4:30 here on WGR.
So what are they really losing? I mean, we can include Davis in this as well, Sal. I mean, Shavers has not been a large part of the pass attack by him catching the ball, but we were talking about earlier, like his role when they throw screens and his role in the run game, like him and Davis both doing that job at times and both being out, like it maybe makes it tougher that they're both out at the same time.
Oh, for sure. So, I mean, look at just some of the blocking that you see Tyrell do. I mean, we've talked about him. You've seen him on TV. They've highlighted him and how good he is in the run game. I will tell you this. I had a conversation recently with Aaron Cromer, who told me just how important Tyrell Shavers is to what they do and how much he was really praising him. And you heard Sean McDermott praise him and talk about him and how much, he's important to what they do. So, look, I don't want to understate it or overstate it, right? Because it's a wide receiver in the run game. I totally get it. But that's the Bills' identity. That's what they do. They're really good at the run game. They try to be a really great run team, and he's a big part of that. And then you add on the fact that Gabe that's a big thing, part of what he does. You're losing two really important players there. And I do wonder if, philosophically you have to change a little bit here, because what happens is you put a receiver on the field, teams can't just go base defense all the time. But now all of a sudden you have a guy that's a little smaller, and these receivers help out in blocking. And then the screens, you brought up the screens. Look at the screen that Khalil Shakir had early in the game. There was one where he catches the ball. It's on the Bills sideline. I mean, Tyrell's making a great block to get him, instead of 3 yards, he gets like 7 or 8 yards. Those little kind of details matter. So, yeah. So they bring back Christian Wilkerson to the practice squad. He is more of a big-bodied receiver. Like, he's more that type. So I think they need a little bit of that, on the roster. They do have Curtis Samuel, his 21-day window opening, and he's practicing. They have Nicole Hardman on the practice squad. These are not the same receivers. So that's why I wonder, do they go into this game and say, okay, we just have to have a bit of a change of philosophy and how we're going to run and with these guys and what we're going to do offensively? It's going to be interesting.
Would you think it's a combination of Keon Coleman and Wilkerson that are doing a lot of that dirty work?
At this point, Joe, I'd be surprised if Wilkerson is playing.
You do regret Josh Allen. Yeah. Look, he's sitting right there. You had the fifth pick in the draft, and you don't take him. You think that would have changed the fortunes?
I do. I do, and because I really liked him. But the problem is, and the way that I worked is I wanted buy-in from the coaching staff, and I couldn't get the buy-in from the coaching staff. Right? I couldn't get everybody on the same page with it, and so. And I loved him. Now, when he was coming out, he wasn't perfect.
Yeah, he was raw.
He was very, very raw, right? And and his accuracy was the biggest question. Right. He was athletic as hell, big, strong, competitive, and all those type things. But there was that was the one question. I loved him. That's why I say I regret it, is because I didn't overrule everybody and say
I'm taking him.
I'm taking him.
John Elway.
Just excuse making.
On what might have been. I liked him.
You're John Elway. Your statue is outside the stadium. You're the all-time team's player. Guys, I wanted him, but I didn't want Vance Joseph to be mad at me. Elway. He was a horrible GM. You know who their quarterback was that year, by the way, when they passed on him?
Vance Joseph is
Case Keenum.
By the way, Vance Joseph is still in Denver.
Right. Yeah.
He's there DC,
which is very weird.
Former Bronco, future Bronco applicant there. Was their head coach, now is their DC.
I saw a more extreme version of this. Did you see Virginia Tech? Like, because they got James Franklin, right? Do you know James Franklin hired as his defensive coordinator? Last year's head coach of Virginia Tech. So the head coach who was like giving all the speeches in the locker room, he's going to still be there, but as the defensive coordinator.
It's just like a group.
Very weird.
It's a group project. Fine, you take the lead.
Yeah.
It's like you're commissioner of fantasy football. You decide, I'd like someone else to do this. I'll still be in the league, but I want you to be the commissioner.
Right, yeah.
Which I'd like to do that in a couple of my... If you're in my leagues and you want to be the commissioner, like I might want to offload some of that responsibility. John in Southern California. Hey, John.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I heard you talking to Sal a little bit about the linebacker situation earlier. And I think someone who hasn't been really talked about is Matt Milano. And I think having a healthy Matt Milano in the playoffs, which we haven't seen for a couple of years, is really paying huge dividends. I mean, first play of the game, he shoots the gap, 3-yard loss. And it feels, his football IQ, and it feels like he's up to a level where he's just reacting. He's not thinking, I think, earlier, like when he was coming back from injuries.
Yeah.
So I think he's been huge. And James Cook, I think his use in the passing game is kind of ebbed and flowed over the year, over the season. If there's ever a week to get him involved, I would love to see some designed, I don't know, inside screens, wheel routes, one-on-one with linebackers, a la Christian McCaffrey. I would really love to see that this week. Yeah, go Bills.
Thanks, John. On Milano, let's hope he is fully healthy. He was limited in practice. He's got an ankle issue, but limited. Expected to be, I think he's expected to play.
Yeah.
Cook's use in the passing game.
James Cook.
Yeah,
right?
James Cook. James Cook's use in the passing game. He gets usually he gets a target. Usually.
Yeah, but he's never like, you never go into a game saying like Cook in the pass game.
No.
In
Not too
ways
often.
that like a lot of those other top running backs in the league, like there are days where like, oh, the Falcons' plan today was to throw the ball to Bijan Robinson short, or the Niners, like their plan today was to get McCaffrey against linebackers and throw it to him 10 times. They've never done that with James Cook.
No,
I guess it would that could be a thing you're saving, right?
Or a thing that you go to when you just need to. Like
Yeah,
maybe you weren't going to do it, now you are. Like McCaffrey. Let's look at his receiving numbers for this year, is the game log.
Yeah.
Because Cook only got more than 3 targets twice.
Oh, twice?
Twice
What was
this
the other
season.
one?
He got the opener against Baltimore.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Which is in 41-40, and then the other one is
Oh no, wait, a couple. I got Baltimore,
Miami.
New Orleans, Miami, and then Philly. So 4 times this year
okay, you're right.
in targets. Yeah. But 4 out of 17.
4 times over 17 games.
Yeah.
For McCaffrey, the target numbers. I'll pull up his game log. I thought I had it here, but I didn't.
I got to imagine it's like every week. Like he's a guy that will sometimes get 100 targets in a year.
Oh yeah, his targets by game: 10, 7, 15, 11, 9, 8, 8, 6, 6, 10, 6, 7, 4, 1, 8, 6, 7. So McCaffrey has 2 games below James Cook's high.
Right. I mean, even the guy on the other side, like. Look at R.J. Harvey, who is not that impressive to me. He looks okay. And his role in the pass game in recent games, 4 targets, 6 targets, 5 targets, 1 target, 6 targets, 4, 3, 3, 5. Like, Cook is just not really used in that way. And I don't know if that's all to do with blocking and also drop problems he's had earlier in his career, plus the workload. I think there are a lot of reasons why they don't really use him in that way. And I don't know. I've never seen him be so good at it that it's offensive that they don't do it.
I mean,
he's fine.
He's got big plays this year in the passing game. Like
he had a big one against Tampa.
He had a big one against Tampa. I just had the list up here. Like he's got multiple games with an explosive reception. Mm-hmm. For a guy that doesn't get targeted that much, and pull up his game log again because I just had it here. If you're looking for explosive plays, His long catch by game, 58. That's against Baltimore. 58. I'm sorry, no, it was the long.
I was going to say, I don't remember a 58-yarder for him.
No, you're right. It was Tampa's the one where he shakes free. Against Kansas City, they used him vertically in the passing game, like out of the backfield. 2 years ago.
Yeah, a couple years ago.
I just feel like I'm with the caller.
His
Ty Johnson. It's this thing. Last year, the Bills were number 1 in EPA when throwing to running backs. And this year, when they were kind of going through the doldrums, they were like 20th.
Yeah.
It is a thing that they could rediscover.
Yeah, I guess I'm not expecting it. I'm not really expecting it. If Ty Johnson doesn't play, then maybe we open the door back up to that for Cook. But especially if Johnson's in the lineup, I just don't think that's his thing. That's Johnson's thing.
Yeah. Andy on a cell phone before the break. Hey, Andy.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to share a funny story about food in the stadium. I heard you guys talking about it a little bit ago.
Mm-hmm.
So every tailgate, we always make chicken wings, and my brother-in-law likes to bring in a clear plastic baggie full of chicken wings. And after the first touchdown, he shares them with the crowd. We've got quite a following. Some guy actually called him a legend the last home game. Was hilarious.
Oh yeah,
just toss him around in the stands, and people are asking for him, throwing their hands up. Where's my chicken wings? And
nice,
just kind of fun.
Nice, love it. Bring some wings.
Yeah. We'll allow food at the new stadium too, right? Brought in.
That's a great question.
Will that change?
I
mean, the food options at the new stadium could be insane. Also.
803-0550. Extendo Sports coming up. Will there be a good wing place in the new stadium, and do we want that? Wings at the stadium, the only problem you're going to run into is I don't want bones all in my concourse.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want bones.
No, you don't want that.
I don't want to be walking to my seat and step on wing bones.
No.
And
there's really no way around
that. Doesn't it feel like there should be a good wing spot in the new stadium?
You just gotta eat them here.
I just feel like it should be a part of it. They should be there. Even if, put it this way, even if when people come in for road games, they're like, oh, wings, we got to get these. And all the visiting fans get wings. All right. Extendo Sports coming up on WGR. Wrapping things up here on a Wednesday that is going to get a lot colder over the course of the day. What else is going on today? Hump day.
Did you watch some TGL last night?
I did not watch TGL.
I didn't either. Tiger was there.
Nice.
Not playing, obviously.
Sabres play the Flyers.
Yep.
Just listen.
When's the national championship?
Monday, 19th.
Man, how long is the college football playoff? Is it a month long now?
Yeah.
All right.
I
guess it's fine. It's kind of comparable to other sports.
Some study indicated 90% of the country is rooting for Indiana. And I think that is a low estimate.
So the spread is 7.5, which, like, what's an NFL 7.5 point spread? That's like the Rams playing. I guess they were more than that against Carolina, right?
No, it was 10.
Yeah. There hasn't been a one-score national championship in 8 years. They're all blowouts. You haven't gotten a good game in a decade. And maybe Monday you don't get that either. Indiana just smoking people. One thing I like about the NFL, a lot more than college football and always will, is you get way more close games in the NFL. Everyone's always like, oh, well, you get crazier stuff in college football. Yeah, when there are 70 games going on at the same time.
Well,
you do look at the list of the head coach openings, and like really none of them are that great, except for Baltimore. But I think I said yesterday, you asked me that I said the Giants opening is the best. That's wrong. If I'm getting to coach Lamar Jackson, and if I can make that work, like I have Super Bowl aspirations immediately. Every other job, I'm trying to build something.
You might have Super Bowl aspirations. I might really wonder. I mean, I think Lamar Jackson is going to need an offensive-minded head coach.
But the upside, if I make the upside of if it works, is Super Bowl.
You know what Lamar needs? I think what Lamar would need? He needs his McDaniel for Tua. I want someone so specialized in getting him to be what McDaniel did for Tua. Like, oh, he's super accurate. Okay, I'll make it work. I'll turn him into the third best EPA in the league. And I know he's not perfect, but he's obviously way better than Tua. So find that fit for Lamar. I would not just be rocking out like Jesse Minter and who's my OC, like some guy that he knows. Like I would want to go hyper specific on this coach is hired not for Lamar by choice, but I'm the owner of the team. Your whole mission is like when the Sabres used to hire a coach and we'd say like the number one thing they got to do is make sure Rasmus Dahlin turns into the best possible player he can become.
Yeah.
That was part of an idea, and that's what I would want if I'm Baltimore.
So did you just describe Mike McDaniel?
Sure.
He'd be your guy there?
He wouldn't be off the list. Is Cliff Kingsbury got an interview. I don't think he's perfect.
Joe Brady?
Clint Kubiak, what he's doing in Seattle. Like I'd think about that. Joe Brady, might think about that.
I'd rather have McDaniel.
But I'd be going offense all the way. All the way. Not Tomlin. No thanks. All right,
Tomlin would be hilarious.
Right, we're back tomorrow. We'll recap, of course, the Sabres game. We'll talk to Paul after we see Sabres and Flyers. 7:30 tonight, a little later on the old puck drop. And have a great day. One day closer.